We're on the way here or back or
See what time we finish.
yeah.
We got no dinner. I'd like to sleep here Thursday night, take Friday off. That's not happening. I've got a middle school visit at 5:30 in the morning on Friday.
So what?
So, well, that would be the first.
She's got a bunch of.
I give this back to hot sauce.
The first day. Oh, it's.
Yeah, are you ready to put it back in?
We're good, Darren.
Oh, yes.
It's good. Not good enough, I tell you that. Okay.
So we're going May 7th.
Thank you, Dion. I'll call the May 5th Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting back to order. We will continue on in our agenda with item number 13. I'm sorry, item number 12. Chris Steiner, our Regulations Manager, to discuss Chapter P7 with regards to passes, permits, and registration, and this is an action item. So with that, Krista, I'll give you the floor.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. As you mentioned, we're on agenda item 12, final regulations for chapter P7, passes, permits, and registrations. And this is to update the requirements of the Centennial Pass to correspond with the requirements of other low-income passes and licenses offered by the division. This is step 1 of 1, and you can find those regulatory changes on page 5 of the document that is orange in color. And these changes are mostly administrative in nature, but essentially what we're doing is updating the income requirements for the Centennial Annual Parks Pass to incorporate the most recent version of the income guidelines issued by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. These income requirements correspond to the requirements of other low-income licenses and passes offered by the division. You'll also notice that the address for the regulations manager has been updated to our new, my new 6060 Broadway location. Also, I'll just point out that previously there was a discrepancy between federal total annual income as specified in the regulations related to the Centennial Pass and federal taxable income, which is specified for the other low-income products the division offers. And so we've changed that in the requirement for the Centennial Pass to reflect federal taxable income to correspond with those other low-income licenses and passes and with the statutory definition of low-income senior. And so that is all I have for you, Mr. Chairman, for agenda item 12.
I'd like to open the floor for any questions for Krista. Seeing none, again, this is an action item, and
Sorry, I have my hand in the air.
I see it there. Hello, Commissioner Adams.
Hello. Thank you so much, Kristen. I know we've chatted about this before. I think it's absolutely incredible that, these types of different pathways to access are available. And just again, curious if there has been any, or if there already is any cross-agency or interagency collaboration as it relates to serving low-income communities that intersects, health, education, and parks and wildlife as well. Because, I'm just wondering what we can do to reduce, taking this opportunity to explore additional ways to reduce the bureaucratic barriers to accessing these passes that folks are qualified to receive. So online and obviously the in-person barriers, and I know you're very much aware of those, but I'm just curious if these conversations are had. I think it would be helpful for the public to know that we are aware of these bureaucratic barriers to accessing these passes, and I think it would be great for them and us to know if there's any kind of cross-agency efforts to eliminate some of these access barriers, and additional strategies that, like, online or, some kind of quick processing, right? We got those COVID payments very quickly. And so now I have a whole new, I know what's possible, and I would love to hear, and I'm sure others would. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Adams, for that question. Yeah, it's a good point. I'm not currently aware of any cross-agency efforts looking at these passes, but I could
Not at these passes, but it's just any cross-agency efforts in working specifically with low-income communities in ways that agencies can support each other in paperwork and the paperwork burden, the administrative burden, as well as communication. Right? Sometimes health folks have more touch points than we do here at CPW, and so again, wanting to also use these opportunities to make sure that everyone who has who are qualified actually has access, because access isn't access if you don't know about it. So would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Sure. Yeah, that's a great point. I think that's something we could definitely look into, working with our, other agency partners.
Mm-hmm.
I can say, we are definitely aware of kind of the bureaucratic hurdles that are involved in, accessing many of these passes. And that's something that I think our licensing staff has thought a lot about, and we've thought a lot about on the regulatory side as well. Currently, we're limited by a statutory definition of low-income senior, which we're hoping to change at some point, which will give us a little bit more flexibility in some of those requirements.
Right.
Right now, I think our top priority is making sure that they're all consistent for customer ease and customer service. But your point is very well taken, and I think that's something that's definitely on our radar looking forward. So thank you.
Again, I think it's one of those things where we want to combine our efforts, right? Because I know that we're not the only ones, right, with these issues around bureaucratic burdens and barriers to access, right? I'm sure the health folks and the education folks and the workforce folks all have these same issues. And together, when we come together, we're much more powerful, right? And so I appreciate your efforts. I'm happy to help out in any way, of course. And I completely understand that we're doing the best that we can under the conditions that we have. But we also have the agency to be able to continuously improve with the powers that we do have. So thank you so much.
Yeah, no, thank you again for your question.
Thank you, Krista. Doug Vilsack, I think you want to add some commentary with regards to that. You have your hand up.
Sure, just briefly, Commissioner Adams, how timely. I think we've just been discussing similar issues related to the Keep Colorado Wild Pass, and just wanted to point that out, that a lot of, I think the conversations around that pass have really kind of generated a similar dialogue and conversation around, what communities, what organizations, like what other agencies within state government we should be reaching out to try to crack that nut and to make kind of the passes available for under-resourced communities accessible. And, we're going to be having that conversation, I'm sure, even tomorrow with the Senate Agricultural Committee, as we talk about how to do that. I've literally been kind of like looking at language from a couple of organizations, even this afternoon, about how we might streamline that process. And again, just make sure that we have communities and kind of organizations in the room representing under-resourced individuals as we make those decisions. I think there's a lot of different ways we can do it, and hopefully that pass will kind of start this conversation so we can correct this now.
Wonderful, wonderful. And, again, when I want us to also be mindful of the policy barriers and the access that we have and the agency we have to change those, right? We don't have access to change every policy, but someone does. I would be remiss if I didn't remind folks that, there was a time that it would have been illegal for us to even have this conversation, right? Illegal. Because of a variety of laws, and those laws were changed. So we are capable of a great many things. Let us act accordingly. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doug stole my suggestion, which is I think that advancing this dialogue is important. I think it's going to have to happen in the context of the Colorado Wild Pass. I also just want to point out that, the guidelines that are redlined in the regs here, I've looked it up, and we're talking about some extreme taxable income here, $12,000 an individual, and $44,000 and change for dependents. That is creating or alleviating barriers for folks that are struggling in an expensive state like Colorado is a good thing. So I think continuing this conversation is important for us to have, so that we can try and allow as many stakeholders as possible to engage in our state's parks program and elsewhere. So I want to be sure to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. Other discussion with regards to this item? Again, it's an action item. No public comment requests were received. So we can move forward with the motion on this item. So I'd ask, is there a motion to adopt annual changes to Chapter W5 as proposed by staff? Moved by Commissioner Hauser, second by Commissioner Haskett. All in favor of the motion on the floor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Crystal, I believe you still have the floor.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Chairman, I believe you might have said Chapter W5, and hopefully our motion is not written incorrectly there, but I think we need a motion for Chapter P7, actually, for Agenda 12.
I did read it, and it was W5, but so I'd ask Jake, I need to redo that.
I think the record's pretty clear. We approved action number 12, item 12, which is P7.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure we didn't run into any problems with that. So thank you.
Catch, Crystal. Catch.
Let's see. Yeah, we'll move on to agenda item 13. These are issue papers for Chapter W9 Wildlife Properties. This is step 1 of 2. So of those 58 properties that you just added to the public access program, we are proposing property-specific regulations for 2 properties, which we will consider with a 2-step process. So the first one is creating property-specific regulations pertaining to safety zones and methods of take at Lost Creek State Trust Land. Lost Creek State Trust Land provides opportunities for small game hunting and deer hunting. It is neighbored to the west by an oil and gas train transport depot, and also has a large dairy to the southwest. And then there are some oil and gas wells and agricultural equipment in the southeast corner of the property. So staff feel that additional restrictions may help to ensure that hunting on the property is done safely without impacting neighboring landowners, oil and gas structures, and agricultural equipment. As a preferred alternative, staff recommends that hunting be restricted to archery equipment, muzzle loaders, and shotguns, and rimfire rifles, as these methods of take have a much shorter range, while still allowing the opportunity to take small game and deer. Additionally, staff recommend that safety zones be placed along the western and southwestern boundaries, as well as near the oil and gas agricultural equipment on the southeastern corner of the property, where hunters would be restricted from entering or discharging a firearm. And then similarly, we are proposing creating property-specific regulations pertaining to methods of take on the Copper Gulch State Trust Land. Copper Gulch State Trust Land has an intermittently used gravel pit on the northeast boundary, and there's a subdivision located along the property's northeast or northern boundary. A heavily timbered ridge acts as a barrier between the subdivision and the interior of the parcel, but staff believe that limiting the manner of take on this parcel would help to address safety concerns, and hunting can then take place in a manner that's safe and ethical. As a result, preferred alternative, staff recommends that hunting for all species be limited to shotguns, muzzleloaders, handheld bows, crossbows, falconry, and rimfire cartridges only. And that is all I have for you for agenda item 13, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Krista. Any discussions, questions? Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe this is for Mark Leslie. Shotguns. So I'm just curious because, you know, we all think of shotguns in the traditional Colorado sense as birdshot. Us old Wisconsin boys think of shotguns with slugs, and I assume that this contemplates slugs for deer.
Commissioner Garcia, Mark Leslie, Northeast Region Manager. That's correct. I think slugs are a shorter range option and probably than rifles technically. And so we'd like to go forward with that.
Okay, I just wanted to make it clear because when it talked about shotguns, it also talked about rabbit hunting and that sort of thing. I thought, well, that's birdshot, but I want to make sure that for deer that we're talking slugs.
It's pretty valuable access property, and so that's why we were willing to work with the ag lessees constraints and the state land board's constraints on that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mark. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, Mr. Leslie, could you go back? Just a quick question of, could you explain sort of what the expectation of safety zones as posted means? Would there be signage in the parking area for that property, or what are we talking about here?
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. I appreciate you letting me get my steps in today. And so we'll post a safety zone based, and I don't have the exact dimensions on that, but it's basically a guideline to keep hunters from getting right next to the fence near the dairy and the other adjacent landowner. And so I would say that the way we would approach this, especially the first couple of years, would be informational, educational opportunities for hunters. If we see a violation taking place, just educate them rather than a strict enforcement. But that's the reason, and because the adjacent landowners had concerns.
Thank you.
Well, before you leave, Mark, let me check. Any further comments or questions for Mr. Leslie or Krista? Seeing none, then we can move forward. Thank you very much. That completes item 13. Let's move to item 14. It's the OHV Trail Grants Funding Approval. This is an action item, and we have Fletcher Jacobs, State Trails Program Manager, to present that. And I see you just popped up there, Fletcher, so I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Give me just one moment to share my screen. Oops. Apologies. All right. Dion or Laura, I'm not able to share my screen.
Kirk, are you able to bring that up?
Give us 1 minute, Fletcher. We're working on it.
Mayor Fletcher, I'll start it and I'll run the show for you, okay? Just tell me when you want to move from slide to slide.
Okay. All right. Chairman, Director Prenslow, Executive Director Gibbs, members of the Commission, Council. My name is Fletcher Jacobs, State Trails Program Manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I'm here to present the 2021-2022 Off-Highway Vehicle Trail Grant Funding recommendations for your approval. Next slide. CPW Trails Program administers the OHV program for the state of Colorado. Last year, 203,873 OHVs were registered or permitted for use in the state. The price of an annual OHV registration or use permit is $25.25. These funds are used to support the statewide OHV program, the the registration unit, search and rescue fund, and then a majority of these funds go directly to the OHV Trail Grant Program, which I'm here to discuss today. Since 1991, over $67 million have been provided by these OHV registration fees to on-the-ground improvements through the Trail Grant Fund. Local, county, and state government, federal agencies, special recreation districts, and nonprofit organizations with management responsibilities over public lands may apply and are eligible to receive these motorized grant funds. The goal of the program is to improve and enhance motorized recreational opportunities in Colorado while promoting safe, responsible use of OHVs that protect our state's natural resources. Next slide. CPW's OHV Trail Grant application review ranking process follows a 4-tiered review and approval protocol, very similar to the non-motorized grant cycle that you approved in March. OHV grant applications are announced in early October, and the submission deadline is the first business day of December each year. All grant applications are first reviewed by CPW wildlife field biologists as well as our regional staff. This process allows CPW to identify potential wildlife issues prior to the review by the subcommittees. CPW's field staff attempts to resolve these concerns prior to the subcommittees and then shares these wildlife impact summaries with not only the subcommittee, we also post them on the website, and you can find them in Appendix E starting on page 34 of your commission mailing item. Next, applications are evaluated by the OHV Grant Review and Ranking Subcommittee, sorry, Kirk, to score and rank the OHV Good Management Crews, as well as our competitive grant applications in order of the recommended funding priority. The OHV Grant Subcommittee is comprised of 16 scoring members. 8 members, including the subcommittee chair, are representatives affiliated with OHV recreational interest. 3 subcommittee members are representatives of non-motorized recreational interest. 1 subcommittee member represents multiple use trail recreational interest, in other words, mountain biker, hiker, as well as an OHV user, and our 4 CPW regional trail coordinators. State and federal agencies are represented on an ex officio basis by the United States Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, and CPW's trail program staff. Appendix A lists the OHV subcommittee members, their affiliations, as well as the State Trails Committee. These ranked applications are then passed to the State Trails Committee to evaluate the applications and make a recommended funding strategy to the Commission. And then finally, I'm here today to request final approval of these projects. This process invites public review and comment at 4 separate stages throughout the process. Next slide. This year, I wanted to highlight for the Commission that the program placed an emphasis on maintenance projects to repair and improve existing trails for the 2022 OHV cycle due to the increased visitation in Colorado. One thing I do want to point out is all the projects we're discussing today and asking for coming with a funding recommendation, they will not begin work until next summer, which is why this past fall, CPW Trail Program staff, along with our regional staff, worked with the Colorado Youth Corps Association to develop a special OHV request for projects to help out our federal partners to receive immediate help this coming summer to address their most pressing resource needs after not only last year's increased visitation, but also the historic wildfires our state experienced. This pilot partnership with CYCA allowed us to fund 33 weeks of Youth Corps crews that are actually going to be hitting the ground in the next 4 weeks. I'm happy to highlight 2 of these projects with this partnership with CYCA. We'll be funding 24 full Youth Corps weeks, so 24 weeks of Youth Corps crews to perform critical resource protection work associated with runoff and burn scar devastation caused by last year's historical wildfires on the Sulphur Ranger District. Additionally, we'll be funding 1 month of a full crew to work on the Alpine Loop backcountry byway near Silverton and Lake City to address resource damage caused by the high increase in use. And they will be obliterating dispersed campfire rings and constructing 125 designated campsites to help manage the increased visitation in this area. Next slide. So that brings us to this year's grants. This slide shows you a summary of this year's applications. We received 72 projects with a total funding request of $6.243 million. You can see how it's broken up between the two different types of OHV trail grants we offer. The first is our Good Management Trail Crews. The Good Management Program is something that Colorado started back in 2001. It is a special program. Actually, Colorado is really a leader in this. It allows our federal agencies to proactively maintain these high-use motorized recreational areas and implement the adopted travel management plans for those areas. The program provides a consistent and, probably most importantly for our federal partners, predictable level of funding so these agencies can attract and retain experienced trail crews for the operation and maintenance of these OHV areas. Since its inception, the Good Management Program has grown from 3 to this year we're asking for a recommended funding of 25 crews. To be eligible to be part of this Good Management Crew, applicants must demonstrate over a consecutive period of 3 years their ability to fulfill the fiscal and field objectives that take a holistic management approach that preserves riding opportunities while protecting sensitive resources within the areas they service. Finally, you can also see our programmatic or competitive project grants that address the full spectrum of OHV recreational needs, trailheads, OHV routes, maintenance, monitoring, signing, inventory, education, mapping, compliance checks, and in the case of our U.S. Forest Service partners, law enforcement. You can see the breakdown on the right there of the actual how our grant requests broke down this year. 46% trail maintenance requests, 13% for enforcement, visitor contacts, 18% for planning, travel plan implementation, which include inventorying, travel and decommission and rehabilitation of non-system routes. And then finally, our equipment, signs, and youth corps was 23% of our ask for this year, which includes an additional 36 weeks of youth corps crew weeks. Next slide. This slide shows a breakdown of the difference between the past 2 years. You can see the increase from last year's request of just over $5 million to this year's request of the $6.24 million, mainly due to that increase in visitation and response due to just the resource damage we saw last year. And you can also see how it's broken out by our agency partners who are requesting those funds. And as you can notice, of course, CPW also is a partner in this effort, and we allow our CPW state parks that offer motorized recreation to come in and request these funds. Next slide. This slide shows a breakdown of the request across the state for this cycle. Just to break it down for our regional perspective, we in the Northwest region received 23 applications, 20 in the Southwest, 11 in the Southeast, 12 in the Northeast, and then statewide crews or programs that we had 6 applications. Next slide. So this slide is always the fun, busy slide of the actual grants. This slide shows our Good Management Crews. So 24 of the 72 grant applications were seeking continued funding under the Good Management Program. We also received 4 applications to join the Good Management. So folks in the competitive pool wanting to join into that Good Management Program to have that consistent source of funding. Upon review, the committee is recommending one of those crews, grant number 37, the South Park Ranger District, be approved for OHV Good Management participation. And you can see the recommended funding amount for the other 24 crews added together. These Good Management crews would be 25 total for $2.32 million. Next slide. So this slide is the top scoring competitive grants, which would be funded. And this is the time where good to point out that we estimate our funding based on the amount of OHV use and registration permits we have. And so for this year's cycle, we estimate in total having $4.273 million available, $4 million of that directly from our OHV cash fund, and then the other $273,000 from our recreational trails program fund, which is in excise tax on off-highway vehicle fuel usage. So what you're looking at there on this slide is the top scoring competitive grants that, based upon what our estimated amount of funding is, working with our financial services team, we would estimate being able to fund an additional 24 competitive grants for $1.94 million. And those are, you can see there, the bottom of the slide where the sort of the money runs out for that. These are the grants we would be able to fund if our estimates hold true. But I would like to share the next slide. These are the remaining projects that had requested funding in order of scoring. If any further funding is made available, we would ask we are recommending to the commission to be able to use these additional funds because of the huge need and request out there to deal with these resource damage issues and taking care of these trails, that we would fund these additional projects in order of rank for all projects that are eligible that score above a 70. So obviously we would start at the top of the list and fund our way down if any additional funding is made available. Next slide. So this final summary slide shows the total requests we received at the top. Again, 72 applications for just over $6.24 million. And then again, at the bottom shows what our recommended funding would be. So in grand total, it would be 49 total projects for an award of $4.273 million. Again, based on that recommended funding, if more funding is available, we would seek to fund the rest of the projects in order. So with that, next slide, I will go ahead and open it up to questions.
Thank you, Fletcher. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. Fletcher, thank you for your presentation, and thank you for talking offline with me after my concerns from the last meeting. As to these recommendations, first I want to thank the 4 regional managers. It's really helpful when we see that they've taken the time to go through these applications and make comments. And I specifically want to talk just a little bit about Manager Ackerman, and as it relates to number 18, which was Texas Creek. There's a recommendation that it not be funded, and they withdrew their application. I'm going to assume it was because of the recommendation, but thank you for doing that kind of analysis that leads us to the commission not having to try to dig into as deeply as obviously Brett did. But then that raises the question, and this is maybe a broader question first, the next one, 19. In 19, Manager Ackerman had concerns over this particular application and recommended that stipulations be added to the grant. And so my question is, on this one specifically, when we have that sort of recommendation coming from the staff, from a regional manager, what's done to make sure that those recommendations are followed up? This one, were there stipulations added to the contract? And on all the others that I see from Manager Ackerman and the other managers, there are several recommendations. How do we know that those recommendations are being followed up on? Or is it just, okay, they made their recommendation, now we've made the grant, move on next year, and not following up in any way to see that these recommendations are followed through?
Great question, Commissioner. I appreciate it. And yes, I apologize because I think I was a little trying to rush through dealing with not being able to share the screen and definitely skipped over that part. And so, yes, I would also like to echo your appreciation, not just, of course, for the regional managers for all the hard work they do, but of course, their staff in doing the reviews, making these recommendations up. And you're exactly correct as far as the process working. The Texas Creek one, I'll just start there. That is one that the Southeast Region staff worked very hard on, having discussions with the applicants, talking through their concerns, ways to potentially address it, and to both the applicant and also the regional staff credit, reached a point where they said, you know, we just have a lot more work to do before this grant's quite ready. So they did withdraw. For grant number 19, as well as all of the rest of the recommendations, the way we handle it, we are able to put some of the stipulations into the contract. I'm not going to get into the details, but obviously none of that takes place now. We would take place once the funding recommendation is made. Once it's approved, once we're able to sit down and do that, we are able to put some of those specific stipulations, but that's also the power of our regional staff and our field coordinators, because we do have to go out and inspect these crews. Our 4 regional trails coordinators work extremely hard all year long, but especially during the summer. They're out checking on these crews, making sure that everyone is following through. And, as you can imagine, we certainly, especially for these that have these special stipulations, we are definitely going to check to make sure, for a timing restriction, that those are being followed through on. And if they're not, we are able to obviously deal directly with the funding, not just for this grant, but also for any future funding. So we definitely do follow up, are able to hold our partners accountable if they're actually not following through with the agreed upon stipulations. So we present these to them during their application presentations, talk through to make sure they don't have, make sure they're able to follow all, if it's a seasonal timing restriction, not start construction until X date. They agree to that, and then we are able to follow up if for any reason any of those are broken.
Thank you. Any further comment or discussion, Commissioner Truxton?
Yes, just to follow, I completely agree with Commissioner Garcia on this, because I've seen it. I've only seen it twice now in different things, but our recommendation that I feel should be binding. If we're writing people a check and we want a particular outcome, I would like to see us require that outcome before they get the check. But Fletcher, you just said if they blow us off down the line, they violate a timing restriction or something, that it's followed up on. But what is our remedy? Can we claw back the money, cancel the trail if they don't listen to what they agreed to?
Yes. So if we do have an issue with a grant, it is a reimbursable grant funding model. So, they will perform the work, they will request the funding, and during that portion, if either the work's not done to the standard that we set out, the work's not appropriately taken out, or we find they went against the seasonal closure, or we have an issue with that, we cannot, we have the power to work with our procurement team, our contracting financial services folks, to not pay them until we have some sort of remedy. So we do have ways to not just give them the money and never check. To your point, exactly. We have a public trust with this where we are, sort of the funder in this case, and we are able to check. We have to sign off on all of those pieces before actually giving them the money. So we do have that apparatus in place.
One last question, Fletcher, sorry. So these recommendations and seasonal closures, how is the public I think some of the most effective agents are people who email me all the time who can't stand motorized vehicles. They might be zealots and people might disagree with them, but they would be very effective at showing violation of closures because they're always writing down what they observe. And so I'm wondering, how does the public get word that, hey, there's no one supposed to be on this trail from X to X, and if you see them, turn them in and here's the number. But how do we distribute? Because I've only ever seen these things in these reports that the public always sees in our commission meeting, and then it's gone.
Well, and pardon me, Commissioner, I may be misunderstanding the question, but there are two separate things, and I want to make sure I understand. For the seasonal closures, if it's no one's supposed to be back in there, if it's a full stop seasonal closure, obviously we would hope, well, of course our signage would be out there for any federal agency who's doing that. So that's sort of one thing. If you're referring to which I think you are, the actual work that the crews are doing, all of this is posted on our website. And I think our staff is probably taking this just more seriously than anyone, members of the public around this piece, where we're going to be checking in on these things, that if we do hear of or see ourselves, one of these crews working outside of this seasonal closure, the restriction, we certainly would be able to follow up. But I would, just like to clarify it, and on behalf of our partners that we're working with, we do ask them and say, we're asking you not to start for August 15th, not just because we say so, but here is the reason. And, you know, our BLM and Forest Service partners are going to follow through for that. At least in my time here, and though it has been short, we've not had an issue with a violation of starting the work too early or those type of things. And if we do, we certainly will be able to follow up on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Judson. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, this is an action item. Item number 14, there was no request for public comment. So we can move forward to a motion. So I'll ask, is there a motion to approve the 21-22 OHV Trails Grant funding recommendations as presented by staff?
I'll make the motion.
Commissioner Bleckett, sorry, you were hidden by my screen, all the COVID screens. A second by Commissioner Hauser. All right, there's a motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, let's move forward to item 15. It's an update on Cameo, and we have Walt Proul here, who's the Cameo Shooting and Education Complex Manager. But it looks like I have JT coming up. I don't know if you're taking Walt's place or you're just doing the introduction.
Well, thank you, Chairman McDaniel, and Commissioners and Directors. I had to figure out some way to insert myself into your agenda since you're in my hometown. So I was like, there's an opportunity here for me. Actually, I wanted to just step up and be able to introduce Mr. Proul to everybody here. I think most of you maybe have met him. This isn't his first time in front of the commission, but he's a guy that probably doesn't need much introduction, at least in the shooting sports arena. He's a professional shooter. He's been in oil and gas and construction and business for a long time. When we actually got Cameo up and running, he was the perfect fit for somebody that brought a real world shooting perspective into a new business, if you will, for this agency, and he's done a phenomenal job. So I just wanted to insert myself so you could see me, and then I wanted to introduce Walt Proul. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Director, Commissioners. Appreciate your time, and hopefully I'll make you happy with this update on the Cameo Shooting and Education Complex.
Welcome, Walt.
Thanks, sir. Okay. So for those of you that aren't familiar, the Cameo Shooting and Education Complex is a brand new, state-of-the-art shooting and education. I can't overemphasize the education component of that, because this is more than just a gun range. Those of you that may have seen the facility are familiar with what was built out so far. And I think if you were to go out there again in the near future, you'd be shocked at the improvements that have been made. And I'm going to share with you today the improvements that are yet to come. So Cameo is a 1,700-acre facility. It is on a former Brownsfield location. It was actively coal mined, 3 separate coal mines over the last 100 years. It used to have an on-site coal generating power plant. Those have all been decommissioned, reclaimed, and put to bed. And we are growing over the top of that former landscape. That's okay. We can click the next one. See if we can. So the history of Cameo, I'll be brief about this because many of you, again, I think are probably fairly familiar. The genesis of this project was the outgrowth of what was observed by this agency as a generational decline over the last 40 years, probably in the traditional hunting and fishing pursuits. We know that we've got an aging demographic in some of our outdoors recreation pursuits. And being a CPW as an enterprise agency, we saw a need for a means by which to actively recruit and retain the next generation of outdoors enthusiasts, particularly in the hunting, fishing, perhaps competitive shooting arena. We've seen a shift from what used to be 75% of ammunition sales, which is just one of our watermarks, used to be that 75% of ammunition sales went to primarily hunters. And now that's reversed, and 75% is primarily recreational. And it's become huge, really, as far as competitive shooting sports go. In 2016 or thereabouts, it was sort of a gray growth that grew out of a fog. So an exact date line is not really appropriate, but roughly around 2016, a partnership between CPW and the town of Palisade coalesced into an arrangement whereby the property was purchased through DOLA funding appropriated by the town of Palisade and populated and developed by CPW. Soon the property will roll into CPW ownership entirely. In the spring of 2018, we broke ground, and in very, very rapid succession, we completed the construction of the Action Shooting Sports Pavilion, which represented the greatest opportunity of low-hanging fruit, if you will, to provide recreational opportunities for as many people as possible. In fall of 2018, we opened for business. And in fact, 7 days after taking the keys to the front gate of the facility, we hosted a state championship shooting competition, which included moving an entire user group from their facility on the south side of town into the facility and hosting a major match drawing people from 17 other states. Brief overview of the history there. So facilities that we currently have and operate are our day pass public access bays, event and training bays, 3 world-class sporting ranges, long-range precision rifle area, mountain bike biathlon course, which has been developed, and I actually have a meeting this evening with a user group that is going to be kicking that off. We have an archery bay, 4 3D hunting style archery loops, and just completed a maintenance and services facility with a pro shop, retail, and some additional office space. This will be a little bit of graphic illustration of those or pictures. So this is what our public day pass facilities look like. We have 7 bays. 4 of them, this is one of the 4 pistol bays, and 2 100-yard rifle bays and a 200-yard rifle bay. And if you look on the upper right corner of this photo, you'll see a little antenna. All of our 20 bays in the Action Shooting Sports Pavilion have Wi-Fi, which allows for state-of-the-art electronic scoring of events and also for communications for remote training via video connection from instructors all over the world. Here are the event and training bays at the east end of the facility. There are 13 of those. Again, state-of-the-art design with shooter shelters, 13 shooter shelters. And this facility has already hosted multiple state and regional shooting championships, as well as the Surefire World Multi-Gun Championship last year. Our most recent addition, in addition to the maintenance and services building, is our world-class sporting clays venues. They were designed by Neil Chadwick, who is the universally accepted guru of designing such things. And he was beside himself when he came to our facility and saw the canvas that he had to work with. We have already hosted multiple sporting clays tournaments and have several on the books for this year. They just keep getting bigger and better. This is our long-range precision rifle area, where shooters can come and hone their craft at extreme distances all the way out to 2,000 yards. There are 30 targets starting at 100 yards and going all the way out to 2,000, all of which are outfitted with light-emitting diode electronic target hit indicators, so nobody ever has to go downrange. You can see your hits immediately. Even at 2,000 yards, a strike can be seen with the naked eye with the flashing red light. And we're already drawing people. There are people that come over from Denver to shoot at this facility, the long range course, several times a month. This is our archery bay. It has a handful of 3D archery targets, but also these newly purchased field archery type targets, the round ones here. This is an example of 2 of our employees shooting on the 3D courses. We have, again, 4 of those of varying difficulty. One is much simpler for younger people or people of limited mobility to be able to get around on. all the way up to an extreme loop that's 2 miles long, and I haven't walked the whole thing myself. This is the front photo of our new maintenance and services building. It's a multi-purpose building for storage of our fleet of UTVs that are used as golf carts would be on a golf course. They're used for the sporting clays ranges and for PRS Precision Rifle Series events on the long range area. And they are quite popular and used constantly. It's also used to host some meetings, gatherings, awards banquets, that sort of thing. Has a small pro shop in the front here, and it's also where customers check in. Here's a snapshot of our attendance. We've smoothed this line out some because obviously if we get a cold storm in, it plummets, and when it gets nice again, it springs back. We've smoothed this curve out, but it's very illustrative of the seasonal peaks and valleys according to the weather. But you can see we have a very steady and rapid growth represented numerically with these these 3 red lines. The first one is an abbreviated year, and in just the first few months of being open, which went right through the winter months, we still had 2,176 paid attendance attendees that came out and shot with us. In the second year, you can see we had a 100% increase in attendance. Then we added sporting clays, and we more than doubled again. This growth curve significantly exceeds the expectations that I had when asked during the hiring process what I anticipated to see as far as growth opportunity. I didn't anticipate this level of growth until we were nearly complete with the build out, which is still several years off. Income actually exceeds the increases in attendance significantly, again, because in July of 2020, we added our sporting clays courses that came online. And even in just the last few months of that calendar year, we had a dramatic and rapid increase in revenue due to the retail sales of the sporting clays themselves. And that's represented by this giant growth here. We anticipate that to be another order of magnitude larger in that this coming year will be our first entire full year of sporting clays operation. So pardon me that these are snapshots that sort of jostle around somewhat, but when things come online is when they come online and they affect us dramatically. This represents our utilization and a snapshot of the demographics that attend events at Cameo. We have 79 user groups. That doesn't include our public attendees, walk-in, day pass, annual pass type folks. This represents organized groups that form to host recurring events or standalone individual events, or, for example, 4-H is a user group. The Action Pistol Group is a user group. Multiple law enforcement agencies, as you can see, we've got 25 law enforcement agencies represented that come and practice and train at our range. We've got 4 women-only groups that are hosting events at Cameo, many of them very large events, one of which we just had this last weekend. And we've got 8 youth groups and expect to expand that significantly in the coming years, including a collegiate NC2A sanctioned team, which I'll get to here in just a little bit. Our monthly usage, we've got user groups that host 10 recurring monthly events. They are typically shooting sports events. IDPA, USPSA, these acronyms are for athletic handgun shooting matches. Steel Challenge, another pistol match that's primarily target accuracy focused. We host intro to competition shooting classes, the Action Pistol Group does. This is another great outreach to bring people in that don't have as much experience. A lot of youth and female outreach, because the women's group represents the greatest opportunity for growth for us, and we see a lot of that. Western Colorado Precision Shooters hosts 22 matches. That's about 50% kids that shoot. And they also host precision rifle matches up on that same long-range rifle area that you saw earlier. Just some other classes that we've got: introduction to archery classes, which are taught by our very own Valerie Kuntz, an admin at the range. We host hunter education classes. They're very well attended in the new facility. And we host the 4-H Sporting Clays practice group, and some come from as far away as Rangeley to use our Sporting Clays ranges. We have 20 to 25 trainings per month. That includes law enforcement, but also private civilian trainers. They teach concealed carry permit holders. They teach introduction to firearms classes and a number of other things. 5 to 10 of those are law enforcement. I see it's broken out there. This is a snapshot of the previous major events that we've already held at Cameo in just the 2.5 short years that we've been operating. In 2018, we had the IDPA State Championship and the Colorado Bowhunters Association 3D shoot. That 3D archery shoot was the very first event held at Cameo and was actually held a little before we even opened the action shooting pavilion. Then in 2019, it upticked dramatically. We had a state pistol championship, and that drew 200 competitors from 28 states. Colorado Bowhunters Association had another 3D archery shoot. It doubled in size. A group called Babes with Bullets, which is a women's organization formed by 2 women, one in Tucson, Arizona, the other in Northwest Arkansas. And they hosted a clinic here in 2019 and had women from all over the country attend that. We had the Bighorn Classic USPSA, which is another action pistol shooting event with people from all over the Western US. The Rifle Rotary Club held an invitational clays shoot. Clays tournament as a fundraiser, and it was the single biggest fundraiser they had ever held by many, many orders of magnitude. And the wonderful thing is they give back 100% of their proceeds raised to scholarships, and some of it came back to the range in the form of archery equipment to teach kids classes. So we've got a great partnership with them, and they'll be back this year. In 2020, we had 12 major events that were canceled due to the pandemic. But later in the year, as things lifted a little bit, and because of the social distancing and the small size of the groups participating in these 4 events that you see on here, we were able to maintain social distancing much as you would in a state park. And so we did manage to have 4 events last year. 2021, we have already hosted a Girl and a Gun, which is another women's organization out of Texas that moved their national conference here. And we had 500 women here for 3 days of training classes. They offered 50 classes and basically turned all of Cameo into a university for different types of classes. Some shooting classes, some first aid CPR, wound trauma classes, sporting clays classes, archery, all sorts of things. And we also hosted, the Colorado Bowhunters had their second 3D archery shoot this year already, and we have just come out of winter, barely. This is a listing, a breakout of the major events already on the books and on the schedule for 2021. And again, this is only the major events. We have dozens and dozens and dozens of other smaller club matches and private and law enforcement trainings taking place. And I won't belabor you by reading all of those. But if you just glance down through here, you see the size, the attendance, and the far-reaching draw that we have. Just one, for example, coming up in 3 weeks, the Rocky Mountain Regional IDPA Championship already has 300 people registered from 28 states. I mean, East Coast, West Coast, Alaska, Florida, California, and they all come here and enjoy the weather and enjoy our surroundings and spend lots of money here, which is good. We have multiple world championships and a handful of national championships already moving here. And shooters such as Rob Latham, Mike Seeklander, Jerry Michalak, Doug Koenig, probably the 3 most famous sports shooters on the planet are going to all be here this year attending classes, or I'm sorry, not attending classes, but attending events and hosting classes at Cameo. It's drawn attention from across the country already, and the snowball effect is dramatic just in the last 3 weeks. Events in the works. These are things that are coming up that are not just a pipe dream, but are actually in meetings and being discussed. Most notably, I'll point to the 3 expos that we see on here. All of a sudden, Cameo has come up onto everybody's radar as an opportunity to host major outdoors expos. They'll be unique in that our facility is able to host not only vendors and exhibitors, but also to have them held in conjunction with sporting events, competitions, world-class competitions. One in particular that is in the formative period right now would have 4 major competitions. 2 of them are world championships. One is the Total Archery Challenge, which draws typically 2,000 people in Park City, Utah. They're moving that here for that event, and also a major sporting clays competition. But they want to pull into that also major vendor and exhibitor activities. And these expos cumulatively represent tremendous, tremendous revenue for the facility, like many orders of magnitude over any other events that we've seen so far. As I said, Colorado Mesa University is forming an NC2A sanctioned sporting clays team that will host all of their practices and their competitions at Cameo. And we're super proud to have them there and very supportive of helping them get started. We're in talks with 6 Hour. They're looking to branch out west somewhere, and they're looking very hard at Cameo. All of the rest of these are all significant in their own right, but not nearly as large, of course, as the expos that I just pointed out. I just wanted to have those on there for you to see. What's next for Cameo is phase 2 of the development, and that's what we call the campus complex, primarily because it does represent roughly 85% of what we have in the name as the shooting and education complex, because it will include the most educational opportunity of everything that we've got there so far. What you see on here is a list of the things that will be included in the facility. As you can see, it'll have a natural history museum, some indoor ranges, 4 classrooms that would be usable by instructors from around the community, but also for CPW and user groups that come in as, for example, as part of these expos or a girl and a gun, that sort of thing. It'll be like a very large visitor center elsewhere in the state. We want to have an eatery in there, pro shop concession space. We don't want to run that ourselves. We would probably put that out as a concession. Include a fishing pond with a wetlands riparian study area. Again, multi-purpose utilization. Native plant species botanical garden that will develop in conjunction with CNU and hopefully the high schools in the area. The goal being that the campus area would be a terrific place for students of School District 51 to come and spend a day on a field trip once a year. As part of that, we're building a parking lot to facilitate RVs and or school buses. Another major element of this, in addition to the visitor center, would be a multi-purpose banquet hall, very, very large, to be able to accommodate the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation that would love to move their national convention here. And for them, they insisted that we spec it out for 2,500 people, so very, very large. But in addition to that, now all of a sudden these expos would have space to grow to the size that they want. This is an overview of, does my cursor appear on that? Oh, sure it does. Yeah, so this represents in the brighter colors, the new, the next phase, the campus area, juxtaposed to the existing action shooting sports pavilion. And you see they lie very nicely together along the main access road. The next slide shows an expanded view, closer view of this next phase of development. The building here to the left of Arrowhead Lake is the visitor center. The building to the far bottom edge here to the south would be the banquet hall facility. Large parking lot, shared parking lot between the two. And again, across the street, I mentioned an area that could park school buses and or recreational vehicles. A Western themed playground. And to the right of that, the native plant species botanical garden. And of course, the east side of Arrowhead Lake would be developed as a wetlands riparian area. All of these things combined would accommodate and use up an entire day for school children out here for field trips. This is an expanded view of the tentative floor plan for the visitor center. Again, you see classrooms here. One of them would be what I refer to as a blue collar classroom. It would have workbenches in it, and it could host classes teaching hands-on type things. If somebody wanted to teach arrow making, arrowhead making, bow tuning, gun maintenance, canning, hands-on type things that would require tools and or materials to support what they're doing. 3 more classrooms, 2 of which are joined by a baffle wall that could be opened up into one mega classroom / meeting room space. A couple of offices, a closed-in indoor range for hunter ed and law enforcement without public view, and then a public range that does have view windows that the public can come in and watch people shooting in there. Again, a very large diorama in the middle and displays around the outside of that. This would be the Natural History Museum component of the facility. A proposed restaurant, a concession-operated restaurant, and a concession-operated pro shop. So just to close this out, you know, Cameo is a great thing. I'm proud to be a part of it, and it's really capturing the hearts of the people in the region and honestly across the country. This is on people's radar from coast to coast, and they're coming here because of it. Cameo is terrific for the region from an economic impact standpoint. When major events come here, they fill the hotel rooms, the eateries, the sporting goods stores, the winery tours. People go fishing on the Mesa, tour the National Monument. Cameo is good for Colorado. This is a first of its kind facility. It's already at and surpasses all of the major shooting sports complexes around in other states, mostly because of the sheer magnitude of the offerings that we have at Cameo. There are some world-class facilities elsewhere, to be sure, but already none of them have the offerings that we have at Cameo. Cameo is good for the future of CPW. As I mentioned, as an enterprise agency, when we find opportunities to offer this magnitude of recreational opportunity in conjunction with upcoming opportunities like the expos represent for revenue generation, it's tremendous. You know, some of these could exceed $1 million in revenue. So, and good for future generations in that the education component comes back into play. The hunter ed component, the outdoor education areas, the OWL program, I'm sure is going to be doing things here as well. So really proud to be a part of it. And thank you for letting me recap Cameo.
Thank you all. Open up the floor for discussion. Commissioner Hauser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say I've been on record before. Thanks, Walt. To say that this is just a really remarkable facility, and for anyone that hasn't had a chance to see it, I hope you do stop by. I've been several times. I finished my hunter safety with Ryan there, I don't know, a year or so ago, and I mean the sort of Phoenix Rising story about this location and the community coming together. Support from GoCo. I mean, it truly is sort of a confluence of so many things that made something happen for the Western Slope, and really is such a center of excellence. So well done. Every time I go, there's more stuff, and I know you've done a lot of that on a shoestring and super creative, and to see the buildings going up every time we come west. I just would say congratulations, and truly, really a pride point. So thanks for everything that you've done, and look forward to getting back as soon as we can.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. Well, thank you. A great presentation and great work you're doing. You know, it's not only is this great, you know, we were invited. The commission was supposed to spend some time out there at this meeting, but unfortunately, we're not. So your calendar is getting a little crowded. So I asked maybe if JD and the director make sure that when we come back next May, that we're on your calendar for at least a half day. So I'm a sporting plays guy and a target shooter, and I would love to get out. Commissioner Hauser's a regular, but those of us that aren't so close don't have the opportunity. And so I would love to get out there. I think this is, and I know JT's talked about it and the director's talked about it, something that I hope we can replicate. You talk about the growth in the industry and the opportunities for CPW to be part of that growth. I think going statewide with this sort of program is just a great opportunity. But I want to get down just real quickly. You might have heard earlier if you weren't here, I'm a Netflix junkie as a result of the pandemic. And so I always look at everything. And when you said Girl and the Gun, I said, oh, there's a series, right? But You know, JT loves leaving us in suspense. And so you may want a lawyer before you answer this question, but JT introduced you as a professional shooter from the oil and gas industry. And so I just have to know, Walt, you know, you don't have to tell us, but you know, if it's something you can disclose, you want to fill in that gap.
Let me clarify.
Okay.
I've been a sponsored pro shooter by Wilson Combat since 2016. And during that time, I have been employed as an operations manager for an oil field construction company. So it was my side gig. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Walt. I'm not sure either you or JT can answer this question. I remember when Cameo was built, there were, I don't know, I'm not sure how to describe it. Let's just say there wasn't a lot of optimism about some of those original budgets for what Cameo could produce. And I don't remember all those things, but how does the revenue projection today stand against those first couple, 3 years of budgets that JT was showing us just a couple of years back?
So the early projections were based on data put together by a business development group and really didn't fit the model for what we're doing here. We've ended up, as I heard mentioned here, shoestring and, you know, figure it out as you go. We've managed to exceed expectations significantly already. As I said before, I didn't project that this place would be even revenue neutral in the first several years. It requires a saturation level and also buy-in from people from across the country to get something like this steamrolling or snowballing, I should say. We reached that in the second year, greatly exceeding my expectations and I believe the expectations of CPW. We pretty well threw out the earlier projections, mostly because the costs aren't nearly what we had expected that they would be. So to try and balance those against, you know, expected attendance levels, which were modeled after some facilities that elsewhere that are much, much closer to a major metropolitan area. And those places, if somebody wants to go and take part in recreational shooting sports, there's really not that much available other than privately run facilities. Here, our price point has to be significantly lower because, as we're used to hearing from some people, well, I can go shoot in the desert for free. And they're right. It's 10 minutes away and they don't have to pay anything for it. That said, most of those people are back the first time that they forget their shade umbrella or they forget their shooting bench or their shooting sticks or their ammunition. It's a lot easier when they come to Cameo because they don't have to bring anything with them other than, you know, their gun and their ammo. So does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Black.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to kind of reiterate, I guess, some of the comments already made, but I obviously don't live around here. I'm on the east side of the state, and you know, much like what you just mentioned about having access to, I would say, sporting clays in general, that is so hard unless you are part of a private group or a private range. And as an adult getting into the sport, you don't have a lot of access. Like, there's all these opportunities for youth, but if you come in as an adult, there's nowhere to go. So I'm just putting that out there. And then I was hoping that maybe we could consider thinking about expanding this statewide, maybe not at this capacity, but you know, this idea. And I would be interested in having this PowerPoint, if that's possible.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And thanks for your work on this. Thanks.
I could probably improve this better if you were wanting to use it as a, you know, promotional opportunity.
I personally wouldn't use it. You know, I'm not going to publicly speak on that, on this subject. I'm just for information and just general knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Touchy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I want to ask you a few questions. Some of them are a bit of a downer, and I don't mean them to come off that way. I was just a lawyer for years and years, so I tend to go right down a rabbit hole. And so I've got three. I'll just throw them out. And I just want to, and again, what you're doing is very impressive. And so please don't take this the wrong way. But I wondered, it looks like we're in a floodplain. And I wondered, what kind of preventative work we've done, because it appears we are in a floodplain. How we'll manage the lead, because I have seen a lot of shooting ranges end up in trouble from lead management. And then the last question is sort of where you began, is do we have any data on whether a strong interest in recreational shooting translates to hunting in outside of the shooting range? In other words, someone who buys a license at Cameo end up buying a hunting license from us and going outside. Do we have any data on that?
I don't know about hard data that we've collected ourselves, but I have read studies that there is a direct correlation between the two, and it crosses over in both directions. Those that get into hunting primarily often cross over into recreational shooting because they enjoy that aspect of it when they're learning to use their firearms. And the converse of that is true, especially when we have like the 3D archery opportunities. People that get into archery and go, shoot 3D archery, so say, well, this is kind of neat, I want to go hunting. Also, sporting clays and fowl hunting cross over nicely. In referring back to your first question regarding the floodplain, we're actually 75 feet above the river. If we were to ever have an event that actually caused floodwaters to get to that point, I mean, this whole building would be underwater. Really, it's higher than it looks from the photos. It's close to the canal and adjacent to the river, but there are steps down pretty quickly from one to the next. And also, as far as miscibility of lead, we have basic soils there, which actually precipitate lead out. They encapsulate it. If we had acidic soils, it would be a little bit more of a concern because they would go into solution and become miscible in water. All of our shooting bays, the runoff water from the bays is captured in a system that goes to settling ponds that so far have never had water even run out of them. They haven't even become 10% full even in our major floods. So we can monitor those from year to year. So good questions, though. I get those a lot.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Pearl, for a really interesting presentation. I'm not sure exactly who this question is for, but you presented this ambitious vision for the area that, frankly, from my point of view, looks great. How do we get there? How is it that we get to a place where we do have this convention center, if you will, a larger visitor education facility? What you presented would be a diamond for the valley. So how do we get there?
So the funding is already in place, and in fact, we've already got a design team working on the visitor center campus complex area as we speak. We selected them about 2 months ago and have had several follow-up meetings since. And in fact, that's where I got the overhead graphics showing the campus area. Funding for the visitor center and the banquet hall facility is still up in the air at this point. We'll pursue every revenue possible, but just the gravity and the snowball effect that's happened just in the last 3 weeks, it's been astounding with the opportunities coming in. And it's my hope that with a lot of creative thinking, we'll come up with a way to get it done, because it without question will cover itself and then some.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. I think I don't see any other questions or comments for you. Thank you very much. Well, really impressive, as just remarkable what's happened with Cameo in a very short amount of time. It really highlights the state of Colorado as well, which is fantastic.
Thank you, Mr.
Very much. Yeah. So with that, I think we can move forward to item 16, which is the El Dorado Canyon State Park Draft Management Plan. I think, Mark, you're going to kick this off?
I am, sir.
So we have Mark Leslie, the Northeast Regional Manager, to kick this off. Again, this is an informational item for the benefit of the commission and the public. State park management plans are not approved by the commission. So this is for feedback and comment, whatever you want to call it, discussion purposes. So with that, I will turn the floor over to you, Mark.
Thank you, Chairman McDaniel. Director Prenslow, Commissioners, I'm Mark Leslie, Northeast Region Manager. I'm excited to be here today to discuss this information item of the draft visitor use management plan for El Dorado Canyon State Park. Also, I want to mention that our planning manager, Casey Miller, is going to be presenting the draft plan by PowerPoint here virtually. We also have Park Manager John Carson, Deputy Regional Manager Scott Roush on the line answering questions if they should come up. I want to give a little brief overview of Eldo. It's been a gem on the Front Range for generations and centuries. The native people that lived here used it. White settlers came in and it became a sought after destination point. There were resorts built there in El Dorado Canyon, just a beautiful area in Boulder County. The park encompasses parts of Boulder and Jefferson County. And now it's been a state park since 1978. It's a world-class rock climbing destination. And those of you that have been there know that it presents some striking beauty and also some interesting challenges. Eldo's a box canyon with one way in and one way out for the main entrance. So you can imagine the visitor use management plan is key to try to work through those issues. The town of El Dorado Springs sits at the north side of the canyon, at the mouth of the canyon, immediately east of the park. And the access road goes right through the town of El Dorado Springs. The park is a day use park only, no camping on the park. And our permanent staff consists of a park manager, 2 park rangers, and a park resource technician. Visitation on the park, as in all of our Front Range parks and in the Northeast region, has increased significantly in the last several years. We saw a huge increase last year because of COVID. We've increased from about 260,000 visitors in 2018 to 529,000 visitors in 2020. That's a huge market increase. Our management philosophy basically at all of our parks, and the important things to consider, is that we strive to operate a world-class park. And visitor satisfaction, safety, and resource protection are of utmost importance, as is our relationship, specifically in Eldo, with the town of El Dorado Springs. Because of all of our visitors accessing the main portion of the park through the town, any strategies we implement that affect visitation also have an impact on town residents. So based on concerns over visitation and crowding and just trying to funnel that many people into a small, narrow gap into that park, we started a visitor use management process in 2009, developed some strategies to address visitation, conflicts with town residents. And Casey will discuss that in greater detail. But we completed that visitor use management plan. It's in draft form right now, and we're here for your information only. One other significant issue I'd like to address is the El Dorado Walker Trail, and I realize all of you have been getting a lot of emails on this issue. Wanted to provide some clarification and can answer more questions later. I know we have some public speakers that are wanting to present or ask questions at the end of our conversation. Discussion's been taking place for years, trail connection from Grand County and Winter Park to Boulder. And in 2013, a feasibility study was initiated involving partners Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Boulder City Open Space, and Boulder County Open Space to perform this feasibility study and have a look at a multi-use trail connecting Walker Open Space and El Dorado Canyon State Park. This process wrapped up in 2018, and the report identified that a route on the north side of the El Dorado Canyon State Park. The state park was the most feasible, but no decisions were made at the time to move forward with that trail. I want to highlight that. In the middle of the feasibility study, the Elder Walker Trail was listed on the previous governor, John Hickenlooper's 16 for 16 trail initiative. And there was a significant public process during both the feasibility study and the visitor use management planning process. So we had several public meetings and took input from visitors and users of the park, as well as the town residents of El Dorado Springs. And based on concerns about visitation, safety, adding an additional use to the park, we've made the decision not to move forward with the Elba Walker Trail. We have a responsibility in Colorado Parks and Wildlife to manage our parks to the best ability that we can. And I want to emphasize public safety. I want to emphasize collaboration. And I realize that we had a process in place and we've moved forward with this decision. But we promote mountain biking. I can provide some figures later if we need to do that. But we're very pro mountain biking. We just feel like in this particular instance, we can't sustain that additional use on this particular park. And so with that, I think I'm going to kick it over to Casey if she's on the line.
Thank you, Mark. Casey, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
You have the floor. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mark. Hello, everyone. I'm Casey Miller, CPW's planning manager, and I'm going to share some of the highlights from our planning process as well as the draft plan, and then happy to answer questions as well later on if needed. For those of you that aren't familiar with our park management plans, we do them every 10 years for all of our state parks, and they outline the short and long-term vision in terms of the visitor experience, the management of the park, and all of its resources. And they are primarily a tool for decision-making for our staff, but they are also publicly available documents that have a wealth of information about our parks. Mark did a lot of setting the stage for you, and I just wanted to add a few more things on management considerations we were thinking about and talking about as we entered into this process 2 years ago, is that this increasing visitation that you've heard about does substantially impact our visitors' sense of arrival has been diminished, and it's not as positive because there's a lot of cars and stuff. Neighbors are getting frustrated on both sides of the canyon, being able to have access to their homes and emergency services. And then the park staff also spend a lot of their time as parking attendants, and they don't get to do the other parts of their job, like talking with our visitors in other areas of the park, or working on trail maintenance or facility maintenance or weed control, or any of those other important roles that they play for our parks. The other piece to mention here is that development in this park has centered around the main park road because of access issues and making sure to not disturb too much of the park. But that road has now become a trail. So if you haven't been there, it's a very skinny dirt road, ice and snow in the winter, only one lane width at times, but there's cars going both directions. And when the park is really busy, people are just trying to get to where they want to go in the park. So they might be frustrated, not paying attention, trying to get to a parking spot somewhere. And then pedestrians, once they get parked, they then might walk somewhere else in the park, or they might just walk up down the road to watch the climbers who are standing either on or nearby the road as well, climbing. The scenery is beautiful. There's fishermen, there's water. And so there's a lot of traffic from pedestrians, bikes, cars on this road. And then the other piece is, as you see in the picture, South Boulder Creek parallels the road throughout the whole park. And it can be very loud rushing waters. I have stood there looking at the creek and not knowing that a car is coming up behind us. And so it does create a safety concern for us. Another piece about visitation that I wanted to point out. So this is just one graph and some data. There's plenty more in the plan if anyone wants to dig into more of the numbers. This compares month by month from 2016 to 2018 visitation. And it's continued to go up since, as you heard Mark say. The piece that I was going to share with you now is if you look at the blue line, that is the percent change in visitation each month. And yes, our summer months are still the busiest. They have the highest numbers, but the biggest percent change is happening in late winter, early spring, and now also in the fall in the last few years. And so there are more and more of those peak busy days happening throughout the year, contributing to a rise in annual visitation totally. And so more days where there's a lot of cars, more days where we're turning cars around, more days where our trails and bathrooms and other facilities are getting hit hard with a lot of visitation. And so it's affecting how the park is run also, because those used to be wet shoulder seasons. And I know that's common throughout Colorado, and a lot of our visitation is there's no down season anymore. There's no time to catch up on things you don't get to do in the busy summer. And I wanted to point out that one of the reasons that this is happening is because of the limited number of parking spots in the canyon. So we have just over 200 spots in the park. And so in the summer when it's really busy and all those spots are full and we're turning cars around until some people leave, We really can't add any more visitation in the summer. But in the other times of year, as I mentioned, in fall and spring, you could go any day and find a parking space, but no more. Now on busy weekends in March or even a weekday in April, you probably will have a harder time finding a parking spot. And so that parking capacity is what caused the growth and limited growth in summer. But I also wanted to mention, we've been talking a lot about all these cars and the issues related to that, but in some ways, the cars have helped preserve the visitor experience. So even though the arrival experience isn't great, once people get to where they want to go into the park, they have a really wonderful experience. Visitor satisfaction stays really high. Folks enjoy their hike or whatever it is that they're doing that day and report that it's not very crowded. So in some ways, these parking issues have helped our visitor experience once they get on with their activity for the day. This is something that I put together just to help folks as they look at the plan and to show you all kind of what happened, what did we do. You've heard a lot from us already about purpose and need for entering into this process. We use that to sit down with some of our partners and our staff and think about park goals and desired future conditions. As aspirational statements, what do we want for the park into the next 50 years? And then we thought about, well, what do we need to be able to start putting together a plan for El Dorado Canyon? And there was a lot of inputs. I want to say that a lot of folks had really important viewpoints on the situation and solutions, but they were really differing from each other. And we needed to bridge those perception gaps by listening and documenting and trying to understand what was going on. And so we did a bunch of different studies all kind of at the same time. And those inputs went into our resource stewardship plan, the biological inventory and condition of the resource and cultural resources in the park. We did some public engagement previous to putting out the draft plan. We have a task force that met, an interagency team. We did a capacity study, which included intercept surveys on the park, interacting with visitors around the whole park, and Spanish-speaking staff was available to interview those who requested that service. We did a traffic study, so some quantitative data collection on the number of cars coming in and out of the park and the patterns for traffic, and used our own staff expertise. And there's much more you can find in the plan on all of these inputs. And so then we're like, okay, what have we heard? What do we confirm? What is something new that we learned? And we use all of that to create our proposed management approach, which I'll show you more about management zones and strategies in a minute. And the idea being, as we implement this management approach, we will then start to have impacts and outcomes like an improved arrival experience, reducing frustration, making sure we're protecting the natural resources, and those then support the park goals and desired future conditions. So the spatial context that we use when we're doing management planning, and so this is the management zone piece of that proposed management approach. The left map shows you all three parcels that make up El Dorado Canyon State Park, with the easternmost parcel being the inner canyon that's zoomed in on the right. The purple is where we have the most amount of development or activity. So the darkest purple follows the road that goes through the park that I was talking about, the parking areas, the visitor center, the picnic areas. Those are the busiest, most developed areas of the park. The lighter purple then is our climbing areas and our trail corridors. And that's our passive recreation zones. And then the yellow and green are our protected and natural areas. And as you can see, a majority of the park, over 90%, has been zoned. So into the future, thinking 50 years past this plan, we want to be sure that we're taking care of those park resources. Management strategies, this is just an example. This doesn't cover everything, but one thing we heard and that Mark alluded to is when we kept asking folks about parking and access and visitation, we got a little pushback on, well, what about health and safety and communications and taking care of the resource? And yes, that is a central part of CPW's mission. And so wrapped around some of the parking and access issues, we have management needs and then associated strategies for working on them in all of those categories. And then specific to parking and access, this is high priority for the short term. In the next few years, this really is where the focus will be in terms of trying out some things, trying to figure out what's going to help alleviate some of these situations that we've been talking about. And so you'll see in the left-hand column of this chart, there's some of this, just some, not all, but some of the strategies that we've been thinking about in terms of trip planning, good strategic communications about what people need to know when they're coming to Eldo, trying out a shuttle we've pilot tested with Boulder County, site management changes we could do to help with the situation, making sure everyone can park right in a row by delineating out parking spots clearly. And then this is where we are able to hopefully have some metrics, some indicators of success around, are all of the slots used if we start doing reservations? Does ridership go up? How is our website looking? Are people becoming aware of what's going on? Are neighbors able to get to their homes faster? And then those would support some of those outcomes and impacts that I mentioned earlier and are also included in this chart. We do know that we'll need to do continued engagement. We feel like we've already done a pretty robust process to gather input on visitor access and parking. But as we fine tune some of these when we implement the plan, we're still going to need to hear from more folks and be sure that we're coming up with ways of making sure that what we want to implement is going to work for people and that we know how to get that information out there to the right people that want to come to the park. And we think that there will be gradual shifts from each strategy. So working in concert together is how we're going to start to move towards some more long-term impacts and changes for accessing the park, as well as supporting all of the needs from the previous slide. If some of these things start to work and we start to see some of these more positive outcomes and impacts, then we know we're working towards better protecting the park's resources and the other things. Monitoring effectiveness now does take a lot of data. And so we're looking for ways to do that that already fit within park operations or support from other statewide folks. And so what's next? We are in the public comments period for the draft plan. It is on our website with comment forms. And so we highly encourage everyone to go and look at that and provide us some input. It's open until May 25th. Then we will work towards finalizing this plan later this summer and fall. We are already implementing some of the management strategies that have been discussed and will continue to this summer. And then over the next decade, we'll be refining and implementing and refining and implementing this plan. And this is just a shot of our webpage. Many thanks to the web team that helped me figure out how to do this and get this information out to folks in a way that's easily digestible versus a 100-page plan. Just read it and tell us what you think. We've divided it up into different sections of what did we use to create the plan, what did we hear, what did we learn, and then what are we proposing. And so you can go to whatever section most interests you, but you can also look at the full PDF and provide us comments on the whole thing as well. And I just want to say thank you. There's so many people that contributed to this plan and this process, especially our interagency team, as well as our visitor use management task force, where everybody was willing to come sit at the table and at least listen to each other and hear each other's perspectives. Now I'm going to turn it back over to Mark, I believe.
Thank you, Casey. I believe, Chairman, we've got some public testimony on this.
We do. You're done with your presentation?
No, I'll follow up after the end of the public presentation or the public comments if we need to.
Okay, well, I want to check real first quickly while we still have Casey. Are there any initial questions for either presenter at this time before we begin public comment? Yes, Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I have a question for you, just for my own edification. You began this whole topic by saying that we don't approve state park management plans. And I the rest of two questions. Who does approve the state park management plan, and then why not? Because we used to also be the Parks Commission, and I assume they approve state park management plans. So I'm just kind of curious about what our role is in state park management plans.
I'll let Director Prinzel answer the question. Always a great question, Jay. We need to sit closer. I can pass you notes. I approved the plan, and that was a change at the merger in 2011 from State Park. So it's you have great memories. So lots of discussion about that at the merger of these agencies. But I recall, but I didn't have this role. It was that at the time, Parks Board spent a lot of time on that and didn't have that many changing things. And so in the merger decided that was more of an operational function, not a policy function. And so that's what changed. So important to us that we bring, just like operational plans, that we come in and brief those for the public comment and to get a kind of policy sense from the commission, but day-to-day operations then would be assigned by me.
That's your question, Commissioner Touch. Okay, any other? Well, I see a question from Commissioner Adams.
Yes. You know, I appreciate that clarification, Director Prinsloo, because the emails that we're getting from the public indicate that they are unfamiliar, that the commission does not play a role or have a vote on this. So again, just wanting to, I don't know if we can do some kind of clarification in these incidences where the commission does not have the authority to directly due to current statute to approve the plans. So not sure what kind of edits we can make to make that more clear in our agendas. And again, yeah, so I just wanted to share that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. I'll add additional clarifications, an informational item, and typically we don't have public comment on an informational item, but obviously a lot of interest as indicated by my inbox with regards to this item over the last couple of days. And so we decided early, knowing there would be such interest, that we would open it because we certainly wanted to hear from the public with regards to it. So we'll go into that public comment period now. And I see Caitlin is already up and ready to, I think, give our first commenter.
It seemed like Commissioner Adams wanted to say something before I start.
All right, I just had one follow-up question. And that was, I know pre-pandemic that there was a request or interest by constituents who live in the Denver community, which actually has a larger percentage of usership in the El Dorado State Park, was my understanding from previous information, but feel free to connect me if I'm wrong. Either way, a strong contingent from the Denver metro area uses that El Dorado State Park that I'm privileged to live 7 miles away from, and can concur with the capacity issues in transportation, the parking issues as well. And as a mountain biker, I also sympathize with the many emails that we received. But my specific question is around whether or not a Denver meeting was held. I know that there were stakeholder meetings that were held at El Dorado in that community, in that area. However, we know that transportation to El Dorado State Park is an issue. And I know that, I look to Mark Leslie's leadership in creating a shuttle and coming up with transportation solutions. However, it was my understanding that those solutions are not available for these types of meetings. And so just wondering if the meeting that was talked about happening in Denver ended up happening. And again, I remember the pandemic almost was sparking around that. So obviously, if that was an issue, then if that happened virtually. Thank you.
Mr. Adams, yes, you're right. We had discussed having a meeting in Denver. We did not have a meeting in Denver. The meetings were in Boulder. I think our stakeholder group was very diverse, and one of the things that was fascinating to me, I would have called it wrong, but we did a survey of park users, and over 53% of them, I think, came from the Denver metro area. So they are utilizing the park, especially in the summertime. And so we did develop the shuttle, and Casey alluded to it a little bit, but we used the shuttle this last summer. And I think, the results are probably a little bit skewed because of the pandemic and COVID and those kinds of things and ridership on the shuttle. But I think it was a success, and we're going to continue that again this year. And so we're looking forward to that. This is the first time we've used the shuttle to get on a state park in Colorado that I'm aware of anyway. So we're kind of pioneering that type of approach. And we heard from the Boulder County commissioners and staff in their support of our moving forward with this visitor use management plan, that they would like us to consider a reservation system sometime in the future, which we're already doing. But what we end up with, and this is an expanded answer to your question, but what we end up with is, as Katie alluded to, is when the parking spots in the park are full, then people park in town and people's residents in front of their driveways, and it's crowded, and then they walk into the park, and people park out on Highway 170 outside the park. We don't have jurisdiction on those roads. We have an entrance, a 30-foot entrance right away, permanent entrance right away on the road to the park, so we can access it. but you can imagine how complicated all those issues are. And so we're continuing to have conversations with the county and the city and the town of Eldo and highway department about how to resolve some of those issues. So I know that was an expanded issue answer to your question, but it's all kind of tied in together there.
Right. I definitely appreciate that. I think, again, I echoed already the comments around the parking issues, and I've seen it myself directly, and I've seen how, I do have some friends who live in the El Dorado area, and so I've seen it, heard it from both sides as well. But again, wanted to reiterate the need to get stakeholder voice from the Denver metro area. I did have some friends and fellow mountain bikers and hikers who went to those meetings in Boulder, and unfortunately they reported that they were not racially and ethnically diverse and were not racially and ethnically representative of the Denver metro area. So again, I think it's very important that when we say that there was a diverse, that we're specific around what types of diversity were present. Again, racial and ethnic diversity is only one of the many, many, many different types of diversity, but it is an important one. And I don't want it to get lost, especially now when stakeholder input and issues like access to our limited public lands become so critical. So again, I'm looking forward to public comment. Don't want to take up too much time, but I am hoping as the public comment opens that there is opportunities to have in-person meetings as vaccines, et cetera, become available in the Denver metro area. Thank you.
With that, Katie, are we ready to move forward to the public comment period?
Yes, thank you, Chair McDaniel. So we have 3 members of the public that are with us to provide comment on this item. Each person will have 3 minutes. I'll give a warning when there's 15 seconds remaining and then when time is up. So first we'll have Rick Cables, who will be followed by Karen Holwig. And look, Rick, it looks like you're ready to go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Assistant Director Vilsack. Hi, Doug. And Director Prenslow. Thank you for making time. I became involved in this because I love state parks. And I'm really thrilled that the agency has taken up the management planning effort that Mark and Casey described. And it's great there's a draft out and that there's a timeline to finish it. When I got involved with this, the trail issue was front and center, and I want to separate that, and talk about that in a minute. But I want the commission to know that, Outside Magazine did a story on the 6 best state parks in the United States. There's 6,600 state parks in the United States, and El Dorado Canyon State Park is one of the top 6. So that just tells you what a special place we're talking about. And it's a slot canyon, as Casey said. It's a box canyon. It's steep and narrow. It's famous for climbing, hiking, picnicking, mostly pedestrian uses. That's the history and that's the experience in that canyon. And when the proposal to connect the mountains to the plains, with all the choices that existed to do that and still exist to make that connection, that it would go through the heart of El Dorado Canyon was puzzling. And when I became aware of that and started getting involved, was when the feasibility study was winding up. They were starting to get public information. My son owns a home in El Dorado Springs, and he got me involved and told me about it. And the community was very concerned and really felt like they were not going to be listened to. That the train was going down the road. There was support by the governor's office and the 16 for 16 trails and that sort of thing. There was a lot of fear and concern. And as Commissioner Adams just mentioned, if you go there on any day, the traffic and the conflict, dogs, people, kids, and to introduce a whole new use, a mountain biking thoroughfare, essentially, through that amount of use didn't seem wise. So process-wise, CPW, after hearing all of this, completing the feasibility study, listening to the residents of El Dorado Springs, decided the thing to do was to do this plan. And I want to thank the agency. I hope that the commission continues to support the agency through this. Director Prenslow clarified that the director makes the decision on park plans. But this is really, really important because this is a special
Time's
place.
up.
So thank you for your time. And I'm so thrilled that CPW had the courage to make this decision.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Campbells. Any questions for this public commenter? Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cables, I read your letter that you sent it through our email system. And I wondered if you could speak a bit more about two things, because these I thought were good points that you made. One is the scarring that would result to the scenery of El Dorado Canyon from the trail that was proposed. And the other is the alternatives, so that the mountain bike enthusiasts, I happen to be one, can still have the connector trail they want without doing this damage to El Dorado Canyon.
Thank you, Commissioner Tuckton. And it's not just damage to El Dorado Canyon. There's open space, Boulder County and city open space beyond that, which is some of the most remote open space on the Front Range from a wildlife and birding habitat standpoint. But specifically within the park, if I'm not mistaken, there were 26 switchbacks zigzagging down that steep canyon wall to get from the top of the Walker Mesa Trail to the bottom. Now, if you've ever, done any engineering or looked at engineering, and I have, for road and trail construction, that's a tremendous, that just speaks to how steep it is. And the reality of trying to hold the soil in place, hold the retaining walls in place, and all the hard infrastructure necessary to stabilize a trail on a slope that steep is a significant engineering feat and a perpetual maintenance expense. So if you looked at that from across the canyon, if you were to look at that zigzag scar, and it would be there forever. It's irreversible. So that's what I was referring to. And if I didn't, looking at Casey's map, I'm not sure that that's actually not in the quote protected area proposed part of the plan. But anyway, it's a very undisturbed part of the canyon. The second part of your question, sir, is about the alternatives. There's been discussion for a long, long time of an alternative that goes from Flagstaff Mountain over on the Magnolia Road area that comes out at where the old Red Lion Inn was. That's just one alternative. And there is a way to put trail in that area and get down to Boulder Canyon and get on the bike trail that exists in Boulder Canyon and come into Boulder. And that's just one alternative. I know there are other alternatives. I haven't examined them, but I know that that's been in discussion for quite some time. So again, rather than put a industrial strength mountain biking trail right through the heart of a canyon in a park, especially as Eldo, let's look at some other places to connect the mountains to the prairies on the Front Range and in Boulder County.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, Katie, let's move forward, and thank you, Mr. Gables.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Next, we'll have Karen Holwig. It looks like Karen is up and unmuted. So, and after Karen, we'll have Richard Reynolds. So Karen, go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners and directors. I have been a resident of the area since the 1970s and participated in the public process for the last several years in the management plan development for El Dorado State Park. And I want to begin by thanking the CPW staff and the El Dorado Canyon State Park staff for doing an excellent job drafting this management plan. I think they've done a great job describing the exceptional natural resources from the nesting golden eagles and bats to the incredible natural areas that harbor 20 sensitive and rare wildlife and plant species and plant communities, and create large contiguous habitat blocks in combination with the adjacent city and county open space lands that have been mentioned. In addition, they've described very well the unique recreational opportunities in the park, ranging from family picnicking to the world-renowned rock climbing and biking and hiking for the over 500,000 visitors a year that use the park. And all this is done with 4 full-time staff and 8 seasonal staff people and their volunteer crew. As the plan itself says, the amount of land available for recreation and wildlife habitat is finite. And as the population grows and the visitation dramatically increases, as it has, there's, quote, and this is a direct quote from the plan, there's a threshold for recreational opportunities that has been reached in El Dorado Canyon State Park. That's the most honest statement I have ever read in a management plan. There's a threshold for recreational opportunities that has been reached in El Dorado Canyon State Park. And as you all know, CPW is committed to the long-term sustainability of natural and cultural resources and creating positive visitor experiences in our state parks. And it's very difficult to do this when the number of visitors is increasing and the amount of land is finite. The adjacent open space areas have hundreds of miles of trails and host tens of millions of visits. Also, so the kind of crowding and parking lots at capacity that's experienced in the state park is experienced in the surrounding areas. So I think it's time to address the needs and implement the strategies described in Chapter 6 of the draft management plan for El Dorado Canyon State Park. And I hope you'll support the staff in their draft. Thank you.
Very much. Any questions or comments for this public speaker? Seeing none, thank you again. And
thank you.
Can we move forward?
All right, so we'll have our last speaker, Richard Reynolds. It looks like Richard is up and unmuted, so you can go ahead, Richard.
Good. Thank you, everybody, for this briefing, this meeting. I really appreciate your time and your efforts so far. So I'm Richard Reynolds. I'm at 4331 El Dorado Springs Drive in Boulder. That's in the valley, what people call El Dorado Springs Valley, more appropriately South Boulder Creek Valley. I fully support the decision in the management plan to reject the notion of a mountain bike access on the Eldo Walker Ranch Trail. I attended a number of meetings held by CPW and other meetings attended by CPW staff, and I found that the process was exceptionally thorough and considerate of all viewpoints with full opportunity for public engagement. So congratulations, and I'm sending my appreciation for the opportunity to be engaged in this process. So such a trail, such a mountain biking trail is incompatible with the values of El Dorado Canyon State Park, primarily for reasons of environmental or resource protection and also public safety. So first, the CPW decision was spot on with respect to the emphasis on protecting the natural values of the park, as so well pointed out by Rick Cables and Karen Holwig, the last two speakers. And Rick pointed out, of course, the issues of soil disturbance and erosion. I work on that in my professional life, and the propensity of such disturbed areas to promote invasions by undesirable plants. And this would be an inevitable consequence of building that trail. Second, mechanized travel is incompatible with foot travel on steep, narrow trails, and it puts pedestrians in danger in several ways, if not by direct impact, but by the fact that pedestrians would have to scramble out of the way on steep slopes, either up or down. Not a safe situation. A related factor is being startled by bikers speeding downhill. This kind of being startled instills a fear, especially for those who seek quietude in a peaceful state of mind. So I certainly endorse the CPW decision to reject Eldo Walker mountain bike trail. I should point out that during this planning process, I heard from several mountain bikers that the primary value of a bike trail would be to ride it downhill. And so the plan, as it was described to me, is that bike riders would go park their cars at Eldo, take a car back up to Walker, ride the bike down to Eldo, then fetch their automobiles to go back up to Walker to get their cars. So you know, I think that's an interesting point to bring up. That's largely, or perhaps largely, how the trail would be used. Very difficult to ride uphill. It's a blast to ride downhill. So I support the decision with regard, I also support the decision with regard to the justifiably profound concerns of the residents of El Dorado Springs Village. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, thank you again for speaking today. And Katie, I think that concludes our public commenters on this item number.
Yes, it does.
Thank you. With that, I'll reopen it, Mark, for questions or comments from the commission. Obviously, from what you've heard, and again, very short discussion on emails, we've received controversial topic, and I'm sure the staff here would appreciate any insight you'd like to provide to them with regards to it. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I know Director Prinsloo is fond of telling us to manage to yes. But I wanted to commend you, Mark, and staff at El Dorado Canyon, in this case for managing to hell no. Because I fully support you guys' decision to scrap this trail. It was a feasibility study. It's not feasible. It seems like a really bad idea. And I think we have to put the resource that we've been charged with protecting first. And also people's safety. Some of the public commenters are spot on in my view that there are families, kids, old folks all over that park, and it's completely incompatible with at least a large segment of mountain bike enthusiasts who I used to be one before I was too old and hurt myself. So anyway, I just want to say good job and since it's all up to the director at the end, I hope he might, in this one case, manage to hell no instead of his general, more compatible attitude. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other questions or comments, thoughts?
I'd like to say that even though we made the decision not to move forward with this trail, that wasn't our original intent when we started the visitor use management planning process, because we value our partnership with Boulder City and Boulder County and the mountain bikers as well. And we do promote mountain biking. But given the fact of the unbelievable increase in visitation that we were experiencing in the park, and the heat just came up on it so much, there was no way we could avoid addressing the trail. And so I think this is a responsible thing to do. I've reached out to Boulder Mountain Bike Association or Alliance, excuse me, and I'm willing to sit down with them and continue discussing, and the city and the county, to discuss some alternative routes to see if we can reopen that discussion with some of the routes that were closed as a result of the feasibility study through the Walker process. But you know, I wanted to throw this little tidbit out there. We spent $2.75 million through our non-motorized trail program in the last 5 years on mountain bike related trails. We now have Outside 285 that we're collaborating with COMBA and other groups on. We have Virginia Canyon Open Space up at El Dorado Springs that we're working on. And we have some really great mountain biking on several of our state parks around the Front Range, Lori, Staunton, Golden Gate. So I'm a mountain biker too, Commissioner Touchton, a terrible one, but I still ride. But do support mountain biking, but we have a responsibility to protect that park and to work with our partners here in El Dorado Springs. I take that seriously.
Thank you, Mark. Commissioner Adams.
Yes, hello. Thank you again. And I concur with everything that's being said. And it's ironic, I am a mountain biker. I am also a Boulder resident, and you want to see increased access, but not at the expense of the ecosystem, not at the expense of community concerns that have already been expressed and strategies are already been implemented to alleviate some of those issues. And that's without adding any additional components to it. So I really appreciate, also I appreciate the willingness to continue to work with the mountain biking community. And, we may want to consider going back to my earlier comments or previous comments around revisiting our stakeholder engagement efforts, because I'd be curious, what a mountain biking convening would look like. And so we could really unpack some of these pieces and maybe heal some of the relationships across stakeholder group usage as well. So again, appreciate, Mark, your efforts to continue to work with a variety of different stakeholders that you're working with, and hope that we can continue to amplify, because even just the list that you shared, I speak to many newer mountain bikers to the community or to the area, and I don't think they have any idea. There's apps and all kinds of things, but El Dorado Canyon is amazing, but so too is Dowdy Draw, that's not far, and Marshall Mesa, right? We have so many, and how can we better communicate what the options are, and how can we do a better job of communicating the impacts, not only to parking and things like that, but also to our ecosystem, to our habitat corridors, et cetera, because habitat loss continues to be an issue. And oftentimes when we think about habitat loss, we think of apartments or housing or commercial or working lands, but I think we often forget about the impacts that we have when we build new trails. And I know this is an area that CPW is taking a very close eye on, and I'm hopeful that we can more strategically and meaningfully communicate verbally, in writing, videos, as many ways as we possibly can. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Just a quick comment, Mark. I know this was a lot of work by you and your staff. Thank you for that. Also, I realize it's a difficult decision, really, tough with regards to, the very different parties. And I hope folks across the state understand how hard we work to protect these gyms that are our state parks.
I appreciate those comments. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Staff worked very hard on this.
Okay, I think that takes us to our break, and we are right on time, close, within a minute. So let's take 15 and reconvene at 3:35. So with that, recess.
Made it through Article 6. They're still a bunch.
So we didn't get a chance to work with.
Well, so it's, it goes Title 1 all the way through the Title 24. They worked with us on a bunch of changes back in December and January. And I only got 40 changes that we
All right, you're good to go.
Are you back, Katie?
I'm here now. I can hear you all. You ready for me? Ready for me to go?
I am. I gave your introduction while we lost you, so you're ready. You have the floor.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. For the record, Katie Lanter, Policy and Planning Supervisor for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I'm here today to talk about big game license allocation and preference points. This was something that we heard from the Commission again that you all still have top of mind. And so we wanted to come back to you all with some options that we as staff put together for ways that we could engage the public on this topic and the timelines for associated policy and regulatory changes. Just a moment, having some trouble getting to the next slide. There we go. There have been some recent developments related to this topic that I wanted to talk about. The first is Senate Bill 21150, which was a bill on reserving big game hunting licenses for residents. This bill was sponsored by Senators Garcia and Woodward, and it sought to limit CPW from awarding more than 1/3 of big game hunting licenses to non-residents in the limited license draw. The Commission's current policy is very similar, with a 35% limit on big game hunting licenses through the draw going to non-residents, but it's with a soft cap, meaning that if there's insufficient resident demand, then non-residents can receive a greater portion of the licenses. Under Senate Bill 21150, the proposal was for a hard cap so that the maximum number of licenses going to non-residents would be 1/3. If that limitation were implemented by legislation, CPW projected losses of $3.4 million each year. Senate Bill 21150 was postponed indefinitely by the Senate Ag Committee, but with some senators expressing that they would like to see the Commission reconsider big game license allocation with an eye towards increasing resident opportunity. The Commission also received a citizen petition, which is on the consent agenda for this meeting, about non-resident allocation of moose, bighorn sheep, and mountain goat licenses. The recommendation from Director Prenslow to the Commission is to deny the petition and instead look at this topic as part of a more holistic public process, which is what we heard from the Commission that you all wanted back in January. So I'll get into the two options that we wanted to bring forward as possibilities for the Commission to take action. The first one, option A, includes completion of a new big game attitude survey. We feel that the survey would help in scoping what allocation and preference point topics are of highest interest to hunters. We could start this year with doing some focus groups to help us design the survey, and then actually conduct the survey in early 2022 with survey results available in summer of 2022. And those survey findings could then feed into stakeholder outreach, perhaps in the form of public meetings or a stakeholder work group. And it could be that, leading up to the survey, that there are some interim measures that staff could bring forward to the Commission for consideration. I will say, though, that thus far, we as staff have struggled to identify measures that we feel either hunters wouldn't want to weigh in on or are low enough in complexity that we could implement them for the 2022 draw. I also wanted to bring forward option B, which focuses more on things that we could do in 2021 in the near term with possible implementation for the 2022 draw, again, depending on the complexity of the changes. This approach, due to the tight timeline, would require a limited scope that would only consider the 3-year average and point totals that are used to determine the 80/20 deer and elk units. Stakeholder engagement would be through a work group comprised of 10 to 12 members of the public representing resident hunters, non-resident hunters, outfitters, and local economic interests. In essence, this would be an approach similar to what we used for the state wildlife area access pass development. If we were to go this route, we would convene the work group immediately and meet virtually, and then we could bring regulations to the Commission for consideration this fall. Given the limited scope of what we could do in 2021, we could, similar to like we did with state wildlife area access, take this in kind of 2 phases. So consider other allocation topics and preference points in 2022 if we were to go with this option B. Staff's recommendation is for option A. We feel that it allows for consideration of allocation and preference points together, which we think is advantageous, and also for greater public engagement, including this big game attitude survey, which would also be a good data point for us in developing the next big game season structure. With that, that's really all I had to present, and so my colleagues and I are here available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Katie. With that, I'll open the floor to any commissioner questions with regards to this item. Well, I'll start off with questions. Looking at in option B, I just want to make sure you can clarify for me. If option B was selected, it would only be the 3-year average and the updating of that with regards to the identification of the units that qualify for that drawing status, and it wouldn't address any other aspects of allocation. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So, in some of the earlier meetings, the commission talked about perhaps bringing forward the 3 years that are used, to the most recent 3 years. And then in doing that, you could perhaps also consider changing the point threshold that goes along with looking at the average. I think it could be just bringing forward the 3 years, or possibly looking at the point total associated with that, or the preference point threshold, excuse me. But that would pretty much be it, for those 80/20 deer and elk units.
Okay, let me follow up with an additional question that Katie does. Have we done any surveys to which we have any sense about, I'll call it the sporting public, that they have a preference to engage in the preference point question as well as the allocation question at the same time? I mean, I can remember some emails we've received, general comments that seems to indicate that, which would be more in alignment with option A. Do you all have a sense about that?
Nothing beyond what you all in the commission have heard, either through your emails to the commission or public comment at commission meetings when we presented, some of the scenarios at prior meetings. Certainly not a comprehensive survey along the lines of what we're proposing with this big game attitude survey.
Okay, Commissioner Adams.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much. Curious if the staff considered a hybrid model. Oftentimes when I've been working with equitable research practices, they'll combine surveys, or they'll start with a survey phase, and then they'll, based on the survey findings, oftentimes there are gaps or questions that come up, and so they'll schedule or do a second phase of targeted interviews. So is that something that was discussed? And if it was, what was the rationale for selecting option A?
Thanks for the question, Commissioner Adams. If I understand, in terms of, we did not speak much about interviews. We did talk about the timing of focus groups with the big game attitude survey and option A, whether we should do focus groups prior to the survey to help with the survey development, or to do them after the survey, maybe more along the lines of what you're talking about, surveying and then exploring further through focus groups. The recommend.
Yeah.
Okay. So we thought it would just really be beneficial to get the most out of the survey if we did the focus groups first. But if resources allowed, I think we could look at considering more. Yeah, doing interviews or focus groups.
But I love it. I love it. Right. I'm just saying, Katie, as many multiple touch points. Oftentimes, what happens with feedback is you only get one shot, right? Or public often is only provided one shot. And so how do we create multiple touch points? Especially, we know that this is a high stakes issue. And so we really want to make sure that we are identifying multiple touch points by a variety of stakeholders who will be impacted, both consumptive and non-consumptive users. Thank you.
Sure. And I should say for option A, once we had those survey results in the summer of 2022, we were wanting to do more stakeholder engagement. We just sort of left it open, whether that would be public meetings, a stakeholder work group, or interviews, as you described.
Okay. And would this be contracted out with a research agency, or will this be conducted within our own Human Dimension staff?
We were looking at doing this in-house. When we talked about this as staff, and maybe Director Prenslow will want to chime in, he felt like this was really something that would be valuable for us to do in-house.
Right. I'm wondering, again, going back to equitable research practices, oftentimes, it helps to have, folks that are who share similar identities with those who are being asked or questioned. And so you want to make sure that the research team is representative of the community that is being served. And so I'm curious how the agency is going to handle the racial and ethnic diversity within the communities being served. I put in my application, so I'm very excited and have been working with Hunters of Color and other organizations who are very much interested around these, but have been historically excluded.
Yeah, and I think if there are opportunities you see where we can, make sure that we're getting that representation when through the various phases, from surveying through stakeholder engagement, that would be great.
I'd be happy to do that. Still looking forward to the stakeholder engagement conversation, a broader conversation, as well as any database or information that we have on, our approaches, who we talk to, those kinds of things. Again, I think it'll be really important. We just have so much stakeholder engagement that's happening. I'm just concerned, how does this fit with the wolf engagement and the trail engagement and there's just so much. And I'm just, and I have found your organizational leadership to be critical in crosswalking all of our plans when I first came in on the commission. And so hoping that with that similar eye towards making complex things, bringing them together in a way that can be easily understood, can be harnessed in this road ahead. Thank you so much, Katie.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. I like option A, but I just have one question. The interim idea, it appears, is to sort of, I don't want to use the word placate, but to keep people happy that we're doing something this year. Is it necessary, and is it going to cause us problems down the future? And the fact that we've locked ourselves into something through these interim measures, that if we just took that piece out and did the rest of option A, looking at 2 years down the road to implement everything, would that maybe be a better result?
Am I understanding, Commissioner Garcia, then you're looking at us more or less doing option B, so doing a stakeholder work group to pursue these interim measures, but then also moving ahead with the big game attitude survey?
Essentially, yeah.
Director Prenslow, I think would like to comment on that.
Yeah, I think if I got that, I wouldn't use the word placate, Commissioner, but it's you. I would call it low-hanging fruit. We thought that could be. So, obviously, I'm open to that if the commission thinks that's, going to put us in a box collectively for a direction. Glad to do that. But we thought that those are a couple things that we actually could do. We've heard about, and it's, the one that comes to mind. I'm frantically looking at the detail, but the inversion of sheep, goat, and moose, and then you got to subtract by 2 and all that to explain that. You can go to your name is in a hat that many times. I don't think puts us in a box. So I think we could work through a couple of those kind of things while we're doing it. I don't think it will put us in a box, but I'm looking out at staff when I talked with them. We had a lengthy discussion about that at Rig Review and felt that that was definitely within reach and less or almost no controversy. Most people wouldn't argue. Really wouldn't affect kind of who got what and how much they got. That's how we looked at that. Obviously, we're here for a policy discussion. Again, I just don't want to start boxing ourselves in.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To build off that previous comment, I do believe that we need to endeavor to look at if there are interim measures that do not constrain future opportunity or foreclose upon future opportunities. I do want to see us try to implement those for the next draw. That said, my heart inclination is to try and address this holistically because it isn't one single thing that is of issue. Preference points have been a bane of everyone's existence, not just Colorado, but it is it's a conundrum in terms of point creep across all Western states. Being able to have this discussion tied to allocation, I think also looking at different draw models as well as potential solutions, looking at this thing as a whole, hopefully can stave off some of these problems for the future. The reality is the difficulty of the reality is that there's 700,000 plus people applying for far less tags than exist. The demand outstrips supply, and we have a different dynamic in terms of the biological and social constraints that exist. So at this moment, I really think I like the idea of a more thoughtful and holistic approach that Alternative A provides with the caveat that we endeavor to try and make some of these changes that don't foreclose upon future opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman McDaniel. I agree with option A also. We have an extremely complicated drawing system to start with. And if you change something in option B, it's actually going to change things in option A. You're going to open up a can of worms no matter how we do it. And I think we have to look at the whole thing to get it figured out. And it's going to take some time. There's a lot of issues involved in all of these different things, with the 3-year average, the preference points, hybrid draws. There's too many things, and we need to look at all of them. And by just changing to the 80-20, that's going to affect your preference points and other things. So we are essentially putting one thing off to the next.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Other questions or comments? I just want to second Commissioner Schaefer's thoughts. Prefer option A. Again, similar to the way you stated it, if there's something we can do in the interim that doesn't box us in, then obviously, continuous improvement is always great. Let's try to continuously improve and make a few small changes that might, please the folks that are applying for licenses and bring about a more, fair and reasonable, drawing process as the sporting community sees it. So, and at the end of the day, this is a very complicated, difficult subject that has a lot of, different facets that all integrate. And it's going to be a hard one to unwind and figure out. It's going to take a little time. And I actually think it's kind of optimistic that we can do it by 22, in all honesty. I think that it might be, I think when you come out of the survey, you'll find there's things you can do in 22 and probably some things that will require additional survey and or additional surveys or analytics that might lead you to a 23 and on. If we could get lucky enough to hit the next BGSS cycle, big game survey, 5-year structure cycle. So could be that, and I think that also gives a lot of notice. I wouldn't state or underestimate the fact that when you make these changes, folks have followed a strategy for years for how they apply for tax. And changing that really upsets that apple cart. And for some folks, it could be a great advantage. For others, it could be a great disadvantage. And giving them a little bit of notice so they can adjust their strategy, I think, is also something that we should consider. Director Prinsloo?
Yeah, I appreciate that, Chairman. Great discussion, and maybe was surprised to most people sitting up here. We really wanted to have that discussion. We can live with either one, but I that's helpful to us. We talked about that again a lot. I actually agree with you. The dilemma that we could lead into 2023 or whatever is a real possibility. Not because you want to, but this happens every 5 years. We get to that, like, well, every 5-year season structure, that's too big of an animal to tackle in 5-year season structure. So this is going to be kind of a ramp up, and I don't know where the end is, but we wanted firm guidelines. So it's, we're not placating anybody. We're going to set the guideline, but if it's too big, it may roll over in 5 years in the structure. So I think it is insightful for the commission to understand, but I like the way you put it, right? I can explain the draw. I don't even understand every facet, but I spend hours and hours. I'm looking at Brian and every friend, cousin, and acquaintance I know sitting down and drinking coffee about, well, if you do this will help and apply here. And we're about to stick our finger in it. So again, so I appreciate the latitude to do it well, to do it with our constituents that, at our side with a pre-survey and not do to them, but to do with them.
Thank you. Further discussion or comments? Seeing none, again, this was an action item, not for a specific regulation, but to give clear direction to staff and show that both the commission and the agency are moving forward. So with that, I would ask, is there a motion to have staff carry out option A as presented?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Haskett, second by Commissioner Garcia. The motion's on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Same sign. Were you lifting your finger to oppose, Commissioner Schaefer?
No, but I did want to ask a clarifying question or request, actually, that if we could get, in its current form, I think it's a good draft. If we could get a more finalized procedural sort of timeline, step-by-step process from staff at next meeting or the meeting thereafter, that would be highly appreciated.
Yes, Commissioner Schaefer, we can bring that back to you. Thank you.
And
Thank you.
That doesn't affect the motion as voted upon or carried, so I appreciate that. And Director Prenslow and Katie have committed to providing that to you all. So that completes item 17. So let's move forward to item 18, which is Lauren Truitt and the Aspira representatives, and they're going to give us an update with regards to our licensing system. So Lauren, I'll give the floor to you. I assume that you're going to kick us off and move us forward for this segment.
I am Chair McDaniel, Director Prenslow, Commissioners, Lauren Truitt. I'm the Assistant Director for Information and Education. Today, I would like to welcome our vendor, Aspira, and their senior leadership team to the Commission meeting. In conversations with Chair McDaniel, it's been a while since we've talked about our iPOS system, basically our business functioning system, as well as having the Aspira team come to present. After 2020 and the record-breaking numbers that we saw in every facet of our agency and our business, it was a good time to bring this team in front of the Commission to talk about the successes, some of the challenges, and the path forward. So I'd like to welcome and introduce the senior leadership team for Aspira: Seth Rosenberg, Fraser Cameron, Graham Baldock, Susan Grant, and Steve Wade. At this time, I will turn the mic over to Seth and his team as they go through their portion of the presentation. I will wrap us up with questions for the Commission. So Seth, welcome.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, everybody. For the record, my name is Seth Rosenberg, President of Aspira. Chairman McDaniel, Director Prenslow, Director Gibbs, and Commissioners, thank you for inviting Aspira to provide a short review of the last year, as well as look at some of the key items we are working on for CPW, your team, and your constituents. Overall, it's been a very successful year, marked with some frustration that we caused during the final days of the big game draw application process. For that, I apologize to you, your staff, and customers. Please know that even though we successfully processed 16% more applications than has ever been done before, we're not satisfied with our performance. We're committed to not allowing this to happen again across any of the activities we undertake on behalf of the agency. We're attacking this from both a technology and personnel standpoint. And Steve Wade, who is on the line with us, will talk to our technology-based approach shortly. Also, as you may already know, Aspira was recently acquired by Alpine Investors. Alpine is known for investing heavily in the businesses it acquires, both in terms of investment in technology, as well as in the people. We are already seeing the initial phases of this investment and will introduce 2 new team members shortly, both who will help us continue our own ongoing efforts to serve CPW. But before Steve talks about the application process and how we're preparing for the upcoming secondary draw, as well as the leftover and over-the-counter sales day, Susan Grant, our Vice President of Client Services, who works with your team on an ongoing basis, will spend a few minutes talking about some of the key enhancements we launched for CPW in 2020. Susan?
Thank you. Is everyone able to see my screen?
Now we've got it, Susan. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. For the record, my name is Susan Grant, and I'm Vice President of Client Services at Aspira. Chairman McDaniel, Director Prenslow, Director Gibbs, and Commissioners, we've worked very closely with the CPW team over the past year to identify, build, and launch a number of enhancements to CPW's iPOS solution. I'm just going to hit some of the key points here. Firstly, we launched special licensing in May of 2020. And since that time, almost 700 applications have been processed. We've expanded the Hunter reservation system to include 38 big game locations. In 2020, we processed 4,700 reservations, which was a 72% increase over 2019. We expanded the vehicle registration system to add in an opt-in for external vendors to be able to process registrations. And in 2020, we processed 287,000 vehicle registrations. 42% of those were via the internet. So far in 2021, we've processed 140 plus applications, and we're seeing a 65% internet rate, which is a great indicator to us that consumers are happy with the internet sales channel and the way it's working. And last but definitely not least, we introduced the secondary draw process in 2020. That process is handled entirely within the iPOS system, so there is no transfer between iPOS accepting the applications and your course system. And in 2020, we processed 26,718 applications, and we anticipate that that number will be higher in 2021. Steve Wade, who is our CTO, will now review the issues that were experienced during the application period, as well as talking to some of the ongoing testing that we're doing and related preparations for the upcoming on sale.
Thanks, Susan. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Steve Wade. I'm the CTO of Aspira. Chairman McDaniel, Director Prenslow, Director Gibbs, and Commissioners, I take full responsibility for the frustrations that were experienced during the final days of the big game applications early last month. There were 2 issues that affected our system. The first happened the evening of Monday, April the 5th. There was a heavy load on the system, a couple of peaks that evening, and it caused the system to become extremely slow for some consumers. We isolated that problem that evening and corrected it. The second issue also occurred at some peak periods where some consumers who were trying to register their applications were getting errors. We identified the source of that problem as a configuration in our system, and we corrected it on Wednesday, April the 7th. I would like to unreservedly apologize to the Commission, CPW, and the constituents of Colorado for the frustrations that we caused during that important period. We are very aware of the nervousness we have caused as it relates to the upcoming large on sales and draws. For these events, we have been holding internal weekly meetings all year to ensure the system can sustain the load we anticipate, which we've already heard is much greater than any previous year that we've been processing for you. As I'm sure you're aware, as we mentioned earlier, the applications themselves were 16% over last year, and last year was a record. We're also holding bi-weekly meetings with the CPW staff on our approach to testing and on our approach to the on sales as they come up before us through to the big ones in August. We want to make sure that everyone involved is on the same page and we will share all of our test results, our approaches, and our configuration changes and updates as we go through that plan. At this point, I'd like to take questions on the issues that we experienced or anything else about the system.
Thank you. Any questions with regards to those, what would occur during the application period? And by the way, to both you and Seth, welcome, and hadn't seen you for a long time. Good to see you too. And thanks for coming before us.
Thank you for having us.
It's great to see you as well. I wish we were in person.
Me too. That'd be great. I have one question. Obviously, you execute similar services to other states. I think I asked you this before, but I can't remember the answer. How do we compare in size, number of applications, and so forth to other states that you manage? And obviously, without asking you to release any confidential data.
Chairman, I had a little difficulty hearing the question. Were you asking how does CPW's application in total relate to the size of some of the other states we work with?
Yes, volumetrically, you spoke a lot about volume, both of you did. And so, and obviously a volume related problem that we incurred, at least a portion of it was. So I'm asking what that volume compares to in other states that you also execute similar services for.
CPW or Colorado is by far the largest. And rough math, I would say it's 2 times the largest of the next client in size wise. And just being open, that would be the province of Alberta. We do see, and I think there's differences, right, in how processes are done, configurations for rules, as each state and province takes a unique approach. But on that pure volume, CPW is double, 2x.
Yeah, Commissioner McDaniel, I'd like to add a little bit to what Seth said. There's multiple dimensions to the volume. Not only is this sheer transaction volume for Colorado 2x, but also the amount of inventory that you sell is considerably larger than any like customer in the country. You have many more SKUs. If you look at it from a SKU perspective, you sell many more types of licenses across a much larger constituent base as well. So just about in every dimension, Colorado is the largest in the North America regions.
Thank you. It's nice to be number one. And I would, the only warning I'd give you is based on what we saw in this last year, it's probably going to get bigger than that. So fair warning to all of us, both you all and to us. Any other questions at this time with regards to what Steve spoke about? If not, I think you all can proceed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As we mentioned earlier, we were recently acquired by Alpine Investors, and I'd like to introduce Fraser Cameron, Aspira's new CEO. Fraser?
Hi, I'm Fraser Cameron, CEO of Aspira. Chairman McDaniel, Director Prenslow, Director Gibbs, and Commissioners, thank you for having me here today. I've only been working with the Aspira team now for a matter of a small number of weeks, but during that time, I've had a pretty heavy focus on CPW, and I'm working very closely with Steve Wade and the team to make sure they have everything needed to conduct a successful on sale. So, as part of this, my commitment to providing improvements to our services is very strong. We're already investing in additional staff, and Mark Trevette continues his work with us as Executive Chairman. We also plan to make substantial investments both in technical services, in overall system approaches, and in our consumer approach as well. I'd like now to introduce you to Graham Ballback, our new President of Licensing.
Hi, everyone. I'm Graham Ballback, President of Licensing at Aspira. Chairman McDaniel, Director Prenslow, Director Gibbs, and Commissioners. What I wanted to communicate today is that I'm specifically with Aspira to help bring additional focus to CPW and our licensing agencies overall. Really what our goal is to help bring additional focus and deliver leading products and services to you as our customer. I'm already working closely with our product management team And over the coming months, I will be investing heavily in getting to know CPW and your team with some of those initial intros already having taken place. One of the items that I'm really excited about is the mobile app that our teams collectively have been working on in recent months. So as you can see on the screen, we just wanted to share a couple of brief slides with you. In June of this year, we're going to be releasing some great functionality for CPW via the mobile app. Out of the gates in this initial version, we're going to be delivering functionality that covers items such as multiple identification method sign-in, the ability to support multiple profiles, the ability for hunters and anglers to store licenses and their park passes for camping on the mobile app, and finally also the ability to report on harvests directly in the app. So this is just phase one of what we're planning and working with both with our internal product teams as well as with the CPW team. We have a planned phase two that is in the planning stages and is set for delivery in December of this year. And this will be kind of the next wave of functionality for this mobile app. It includes certain things such as vehicle registrations, push notifications, and weather alerts, just to name a few of what people can access when they're out in the wilderness. And finally, I just want to wrap on this last slide to just say, you know, as we're working closely with CPW, really our main focus is how can we improve the user engagement with the end customers that you all serve. And how can we also serve CPW's needs as you all focus on really important initiatives such as R3. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your time and back to you, Lauren.
Thank you all for your time. As has been mentioned, this last year was a tremendous year for the agency. I would be remiss if I didn't thank our staff, our frontline staff, my team working behind the scenes on this system, the business functionality, the true ability to service the state of Colorado was tested with the sheer amount of volume and interaction with our resources this last year. And so wanted to say thank you not only to the Aspira team, but to our staff, Danielle Eisenhart and her team, for really carrying the weight of Coloradans, whether they found the outdoors in the last year, they rediscovered them, or continue to use them. So I think it is important for the commission to understand the sheer brevity of this system. We launched it in 2018, launched it with a pretty rocky start. However, we have since stabilized this system to be a really, truly integrated business product for the agency. Although we still have growth opportunity, we have areas of our system that we'd like to perfect and improve. We have, in the last year, we had 10.3 million transactions go through this system with just over 2.5 million active accounts. So to say that the system is any small feat is an understatement. This system and the work that Corey Chick and the agency has done is absolutely groundbreaking and incredible. We are leading the way in a truly integrated agency performance management process, as well as a customer service process, and really just looking forward to the future of where we take this operation system. So I wanted to provide just a brief update with where we are in our contract. We are in a 2-year extension with the Aspira team. Where we are in the state procurement process is we have to go to bid with our licensing reservation system, just because of the length of this current contract. So right now we are in a 2-year extension out of a total of 5 additional years. So what Danielle and her team are doing is we are in the RFI drafting process. We need some time to really understand where we want to grow this system, where we want to take this system into the future, what that looks like for the agency in the state of Colorado. So we are working and have convened the first meeting of the internal IPAWS business team that will help lead the RFI, RFP effort. So for those not familiar, the RFI is a request for information. So we will put a proposal out to the ethers, see what the industry has and what questions they may have for this agency. Then that will inform the RFP drafting. Again, we have 3 additional years to extend this current contract. So we have time not only to continue for current operations, but take our time building the contract so that we really have a solid proposal to go out when we're ready. But right now, I would say the functionality that we've added in the last year have not only brought the agency staff efficiencies, cost savings, but expanded our customer service offerings across multiple product areas that we provide to the state of Colorado. So again, thank you for your time. I welcome any questions, additional comments from the Aspira team, but wanted to thank everybody for the tremendous work over this last year and over the course of this contract.
Thank you very much, Lauren. With that, I'll open the floor for discussion. Commissioner Garcia.
When you talked about the Rocky Road, I was reminded my introduction to this commission was a meeting where I thought we were trying to figure out how fast we could get them out of the building. I thought it was good night, Aspira. Was that those of you that were there from Aspira, you remember it well. So we have come along, and it's been a very positive path. And I think a lot of that, thanks to both groups, our people and Aspira. So thank you.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify one of the things that popped up on my screen. Are hunting licenses going to be added to the My Colorado app in the near-term future?
So great question, Commissioner Schaefer. The application that you saw on your screen is going to be a CPW dedicated application. And that's kind of in addition to the state of Colorado's My Colorado app. There are some key differences is what we're looking at. The My Colorado is a fantastic tool. It's a digital wallet. Whereas this CPW specific app, people will be able to go in and apply. They will go in and be able to purchase. They will be able to manage their personal account within this application. So this particular application, the one that you saw the presentation on, will have exponentially bigger capabilities and functionalities for our customer.
And when might we expect that?
We're hoping it will launch in June.
Awesome, thank you.
Other questions? No. You know, I would like to comment on your question a little bit, Commissioner Schaefer. I think a lot of, in terms of what could be offered, is as much a policy question that this commission might have to address as it is a technical question. Whether you offer an electronic license, the capability can certainly be delivered. Would this agency not require a sports person to carry a license other than an electronic one that's on their phone? Many states have made that decision. Many states have not, and decided not to do that. That would be a kind of question, I think, from a policy perspective, maybe we should look at, because to really unlock the, I'll call it technological value in a system like you're speaking about today, you'd have to make some pretty bold decisions about what you think the future looks like, and what customers and how customers feel about using that type of an application. So the other comment I'd make is similar to Commissioner Garcia. I came on very rocky roads when we were first unfolding this application and heard a lot about it. And frankly, I blamed ourselves because we chose to design an application from scratch rather than buy one that was not really designed for the state of Colorado. When I say blame, I mean there's a great payoff for that at the end, but there's great pain at the beginning when you do something like that. And we went through a lot of pain at the beginning, and I think, you know, there's been a lot of payoff lately with a lot more potential payoff to come. I think I said at that time that, and you would probably be looking at 18 to 36 months of developmental, I'll call it bumps. And it's been a couple of years now, and we've gone through almost all those bumps. And I think that that's something that you and your staff and the Aspera actually should be congratulated for. Working through those things is not easy. And frankly, it takes a lot of fortitude to keep at it because it's real easy to get disheartened along the way when you look at things like that. And I know, Corey threw it over the road or a hill to you and stepped out to a different job, and you've done a great job with, really shouldering this, Lauren. Real difficult to do. And my last comment is I remember how many emails and comments we got about the system, 2 years ago. And now I think this year in the public comment, I might have seen 3. Through the entire application, 700,000 applications, and there might have been 3 or 4 that said, oh, this thing was really hard to work with and it was impossible to make my application. The only thing that we got outside of that was when we had the issue right there at the end of the draw. And so I think, and rightfully so, a volume thing that we probably could have handled better. But one which frankly turned out for the sports person to be a better deal because we gave them an extra day or a day and a half, and we ended up, instead of with a few hundred people that missed out, how many thousands more applications came in? I can't remember, but it was quite a number.
It certainly was. It pushed us over that 700,000 threshold. So it was a benefit to the sports people of Colorado and beyond.
Yeah, and my final comment about it is, even though all that's true, and I think we've made significant improvement, now's the time that I think we really can tighten our performance standards, both within Aspera, within ourselves, push ourselves a lot harder, because now we're trying to add, and we should not have problems with more of the core product, and really be working on the enhancements and options that you want to add. And that base engine should be super stable, and that is my expectation. And if that were not to occur, that's when I would be really looking critically at both Aspera and ourselves and saying that's unacceptable, because at this point we really should be churning our main processes out both within parks and wildlife side, and thinking about what other functionality can we bring to our customer base. Long speech, sorry. Director Prinsloo.
I appreciate it, Chairman, and maybe more to Fraser, the new CEO, if I understood that, but also to Seth. And maybe a little glass half full, a little glass half empty. So bear with me for a second. So do want to appreciate, you can see why Lauren's good at what she did and Corey did somewhat marketing in there. I'll probably take a little different tack. So Fraser, again, I hope and I believe you when you talk about people and processes and improvement. I do want to publicly say to Seth, I've heard nothing, and we've met obviously several times, but a big improvement under Seth. With that being said, I'm somewhat famous for saying manage to yes. What I don't want to say is let's manage to apologies. So I do appreciate the apologies, but with the hiccups we've had, I don't really need any more apologies. I'd like performance, and that would be my encouragement. My glass is half full. And so, I'll give you a little Western phrase. I'd like to, there's a lot of chopping. I don't see any trees falling, or I'd like to see some trees fall and make sure that we stay on continuous improvement. And so that I'll put my money where my mouth is. I've got staff members that will more than meet you halfway, but we're going to need you into the future. I do understand an RFI and an RFP. And so I suspect that's encouragement enough for you and us, but we're going to face that together of whether this is a complete workable model. I like the direction, but let's not drop any glass balls, and we've dropped enough through this trial period. So for that, thank you, and Fraser, I look forward to working with you on that. Seth, again, thank you for your vision last year or so.
Thank you, Director. And we hear you loud and clear, right? And we are here to deliver. That's it. But I also want to take a quick minute here to say all the success that we've had, yes, there have been stumbles, but all the success would not have happened without Lauren and team, and the support of the commission as well. But the CPW team that our team works with on a daily basis has been unbelievable. And so we thank you. We thank everyone for that as well.
Fraser Cameron speaking. Chairman McDaniel, Director Prensloo, Director Gibbs, commissioners, I hear you, and we will conform.
Thank you, Commissioner May. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lauren, a year ago at your June meeting, I was sitting in the public, listening as a member of the public to these issues. And just for information, one question I have today is, a year ago you spoke about you were operating under Amendment 4. Is that still current? Is that still applied today? And what is Amendment 4?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner May. We are under Amendment 3. And what that allowed us to do is extend our current contract. So our current contract was slated to end in June of 2020. With that Amendment 3, it tightened up some of our system functionality, refocused our team as well as the Aspira team on some system deliverables that we needed to get across the finish line. It allowed us to extend some of those deadlines past that June 30th opportunity while still giving us the opportunity to extend the contract. Really just allowing the system to grow and get some things over the finish line.
So you stayed on Amendment 3. We never did go to Amendment 4. One other small question I had, and the issue that I haven't heard raised, and it's very small, and I agree. Last year, some of the vendors that were printing licenses had problems with those locking up, not being able to do that. Has that problem been resolved?
I might turn that over to Susan. She and her team were working on the deployment of new printers and new printer systems. So Susan, I don't know if you have an opportunity to kind of speak to some of those printer issues, but they have been resolved at this point.
Sure. So the reality of the situation is that we have deployed an update to the solution that allows the printer issue to not create any kind of situation for the vendors and for the district offices. So for all intents and purposes, the issue has gone away. There are a couple of vendors that are not currently online due to COVID restrictions. So the ones that are not selling will get the update as they come back online.
Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner May. Commissioner Adams.
Yes, hello. I just wanted to echo Director Prensloo's comments around, and he didn't use this particular phrase, but I'm cautiously optimistic, which is to say, how do we rebuild the trust that was lost through this process? And so again, issues like transparency and accountability come to mind. And what I'm hearing is a lot of internal accountability mechanisms, which is wonderful. My question is, how are we what is the plan of communication to communicate to the public around rebuilding the trust that was lost through this process? Again, we understand that things happen, but either way, there's going to be outcomes and sometimes unfortunate ones. And so, as someone who used the system for the first time this year, it was challenging. And, because I know the folks, I was able to contact folks and and again, I echo, Lauren Truitt and her team's responsiveness to the challenges that I had faced. And again, I'm curious if there are any external milestones that could be used or shared with the public to demonstrate, the responsiveness and the work that the Aspira team and others are doing to not only address the issues that arose in this last session, but also the many continuous improvement components that were mentioned during this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. I think that you bring up a great point. I think that I'll start almost on the positive side first. We don't share together enough of the successes, right? To publicize that there were 700,000 applicants. It's a new record. We're seeing, all types of just, so many people want to be outdoors. And to share that information, I think helps build the trust that, okay. And then to also talk to, I think it's fair that, and we can work with Lauren over time on this as well, that, if we need to publicize that there was an issue and here's what we did, with an apology. We've done things when we've had major issues in the past. We have never shied away from working with the agency to put out in communication. This was, happened as a result of something with the Aspera system. But I think you bring a great point of sharing the successes. And when we launched the app that Graham spoke to, I think that's a perfect example of saying, and it's not about us, you can leave us out of it. The agency is creating more ways for consumers to interact with us, to make it easier to get outdoors, and use that just as a framework as we go forward. Same thing on the park side, right? As for us, we can pull stats that we know already it's going to show unbelievable booking numbers, right? For Memorial Day, for this July 4th, and start working more and more with the agency together to use data that we have for you to take, really to share, how many people are getting outdoors, what a great service really CPW is providing to the consumer. You're welcome.
Thank you. Any final questions or comments? Looks like we're done. Thank you very much, Lauren. Thanks everyone from Aspera. Thanks for participating today. And let's move forward on our agenda.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Our next item was item 19, general public comments. We had no one sign up with regards to that, so we'll move forward to item 20. 20 is our legal update, and I'll ask Jake if he has anything that he'd like to give us with regards to that, or we'll move forward to item 21.
I don't have anything in particular. That was a placeholder. Maybe a commissioner wanted something specific. As you know, the 5-star decision was rendered by the Supreme Court earlier this week. We intend to consider that opinion and give a detailed briefing to the commission at the next meeting.
Thank you, Jake. Commissioner Garcia.
5-star. Not good. And as a lawyer and as a friend of Justice Samore, I honor and respect his opinion, but it was wrong. And I just want to start. I have to put this on the record. I knew we were in trouble when I began to read the opinion. I don't know how many people here have read it, but here's how it starts. In the 1970s hit song, John Fogerty asked in his trademark raspy snarl, and I wonder, still I wonder, who'll stop the rain? Creedence Clearwater Revival. Who'll stop the rain on Cosmos Factory? Many a person in Eastern Colorado may have pondered. I went, oh no, here we go. And so I would suggest to my friend Justice Samore that he stick to the law and he not tell us about Creedence Clearwater. But I just knew when I read that, and I had to put it on the record so that if Justice Samore ever happens to see a record of what we're doing, he'll know that I'm reading what he writes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Anything else, Jake?
No, sir.
Thank you. Well, let's move forward to agenda item 21, which is the final for the day, which is our consent agenda. Previously in the day, we had a request from Commissioner Adams to remove 2 topics from the consent agenda, 21.11, which regards to code of conduct, and 21.12, which regards to the approval of some real estate transactions. Before we begin a discussion of those 2 items, specifically 21.12, a reminder to folks that that item is confidential, so we can speak to it in general terms, but not in specific terms in terms of the properties and so forth, as that's why it's confidential until transactions are completed. Anyway, with that, I need to open the floor to Commissioner Adams so we can talk about those two items and determine whether they will be voted for separately or recombined with the consent agenda. And I'll also ask Jake, before we begin that discussion, to give us a little insight.
Sure. I think you misspoke.
That doesn't surprise me.
You said 21.12, which is the conflicts policy, is confidential. That is currently posted on the website as a draft.
Did I get them backwards?
You did. And 21.11 is the real estate projects, which are confidential and are not, the details of which are not posted on the website.
Well, that goes along with the rest of my day with regards to this meeting and this speaking. So anyway, with that, Commissioner Adams, which would you like to tackle first in terms of taking in order, the real estate or the code of conduct?
Well, thank you. I think that we can start with the real estate item, as it is more of a comment than it is a need to go into executive session, a comment for consideration for our commission as well as staff and leadership. I would love to have a conversation though around the conflict of interest statement. And so therefore I anticipate that will take more time.
Thank you. So you want to discuss your concerns then about transparency on what's it, 21.11?
Okay. Yes. So, again, I mentioned the issue of trust in in the conversation that we just had. I think about the dimensions of trust and specifically dimensions like accountability, transparency, accountability, worth repeating twice, and I'm thinking of the lawsuits and other things that have happened with the agency in my short tenure here. I think I'm going into year 3 now. And it's just raising how important it is for us to be as transparent as possible. And the reason why I asked for us to remove this item from the consent agenda, because there was not sufficient information provided to the public. And so my concern is by putting something like real estate, which we know has significant financial components to it, on a consent agenda with minimal information to the public. Again, we understand that there's some information that needs to be redacted, obviously, names, locations, any identifying information, et cetera. At the same time, no information or uneven information can often lead or exacerbates feelings of mistrust. And so I asked to have that removed because I would like us to reconsider the grain size of information that we provide to the public, especially when we are putting something on a consent agenda. Happy to hold space for any reactions or responses to that comment. Or if this is something that the agency has discussed before as it relates to finding the appropriate grain size that's going to be meaningful, but doesn't run into any confidentiality issues.
Start with Director Prinsloo.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Adams. And I suspect at least a portion of that is to the eye of the beholder. We have on real estate items specifically, so you can obviously redact a name, price. I mean, those are negotiated. There's lots of confidential information. We have people that will not work with us whatsoever in real estate if they, until after the fact, until it's done, any of their private information comes out. You can get down to a certain grain size, even county, when you get into rural counties, it's pretty obvious what would go on if you even listed it at we're looking at 1,000 acres in X county. And so we're really sensitive to that. It also will put us at a competitive disadvantage in real estate because real estate is from one party to another. We are even more complex because we're doing real estate in a public setting. And that's your point, which I do understand that it's hard enough when it's party to party, but when you're in a public setting, it's 10 times harder. And so there is a balance there. I'm not saying we couldn't improve that a little, but until real estate is well progressed and done, it is not a public discussion. Now, there's a couple ways you can do that. We can do that in executive session, so the commission can see a lot more detail, but you're balancing that because the commission's policy is very specific about consent agenda, and glad to have discussion from all the commission on that. So the consent agenda is putting things on that we've discussed earlier so we can keep the open agenda to meaty items that really need to be talking about policy. But in there is an answer. Glad to have any more discussion on that.
Other comment or discussion? Commissioner Touchton.
Yes, I tend to agree with what Commissioner Adams is saying. Dan has a very valid point. I think we might be conflating two issues a bit. One is confidentiality. But I know sometimes I read the real estate agenda, and maybe I'm weird, but I find it some of the more interesting material because it's permanent. We're making decisions in where we acquire interest in land that will outlive ourselves and are oftentimes harder to wind back than freaking license numbers. So I have been frustrated that it's always on the consent agenda, which may be because of logistics, because we'd have to go into executive session to discuss it. But I do feel that we should have more discussion of our real estate program to the extent possible, let the public know where we're headed in broad strokes, because I see it as one of the most long-lasting decisions we've made.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner Garcia.
Oh, I understand the director's position. I believe that we need to keep this type of information confidential. Absolutely no question about it. Whether that's done for the consent agenda or whether it's done in executive session. If you want to do it in executive session, you're not going to learn any more than you're going to learn by looking at the documents that are presented to put on the consent agenda. You can see everything you want to see. But there's a difference between us seeing it and making it transparent to the general public. And there's a point where transparency is a good thing, and there's a point where it's dangerous. And for us, I don't want to cross that line. And so if there are items, and I would suggest that if you want to take it off the consent agenda, you simply ask that be taken off the consent agenda and be considered in executive session. And if you want to do that, I would hope it's because you have a particular issue with that particular project that you want to discuss with the other commissioners to reach a vote that might be different than it would be on the consent agenda, but not simply because you want to spend more time looking at it. You can look at it as long as you want and still vote it on the consent agenda. So that would be my recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple things. I think that there's probably ways for us to create a little bit more transparency writ large on real estate, but not getting into the details. As Director Prenslow mentioned, and I could tell you this with absolute fact, in rural communities, if there are discussions and information provided there, it will cause problems on the ground. For the agency, but also with neighbors, it is just, things will not go well. And so it's a case where I do understand, though, the desire to, provide more information for the public on, what the agency is doing from a real estate perspective. And I think it's beneficial for us to be able to explain some of the good things that we're doing. It isn't necessarily well known. I see a lot of assumptions and poor assumptions based upon the habitat stamp and other things. And, I think that there's a way for us to better illustrate what we're doing and how we're doing it and the good that's being derived from it without necessarily compromising what is I think a critical function to CPW's role and agenda, which is, conserving wildlife habitat, providing access, and being an economic engine in our rural communities. So I think it's something for us to continue to discuss and dive into to figure out, some tactics that get towards that information sharing. But I would be extremely reticent to see problems being created at that local level, which has happened in the past, frankly.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. I don't see any other questions or comments with regards to this item. I just offer a couple comments myself. I personally struggle with the balance between what we could provide and how it might affect the transaction, which is so important. I also look at us as a commission as being entrusted by the public to make the decision on these real estate transactions, and we take that very seriously. And that's why you were selected as commissioners. So hopefully we'll continue to do a good job with regard to that, and move forward on continuing to provide access and habitat for the wildlife here in the state and for the citizens of the state. So with that, I'd like to kind of close this item. If there's no opposition based on what you stated, Commissioner Adams, on 21.11 to a specific property, then we could put that back on the consent agenda and let's talk about 21.12, the code of conduct. Are you, or would you like that? You still have opposition and you'd like to vote to occur?
I don't have opposition. I have a point of clarification, which is, I want to be specific. I feel like I have, as a commissioner, the appropriate grain size of information. The issue is there was not enough information provided. And again, I appreciate Director Prinslow's willingness to investigate how we can improve, always in continuous improvement. And again, never to do anything that would jeopardize the process or the trust that we've already built in our rural communities. No, that is, a stakeholder group that I hold near and dear to my heart as well. And a diverse community that I also want to make sure have opportunities and to be a part of the stewardship of our lands, wildlife, and waterways. So I just wanted to clarify that and to others' comments on not receiving the appropriate grain size. And honestly, we weren't able to have this conversation if I did not pull it off of the consent agenda. So I appreciate the opportunity to air this issue or raise this issue. And I really appreciate Commissioner Schaefer's idea of how we can better talk about our real estate transactions, our vision around it, the accomplishments and the positive impacts, so that that the public is entrusted. And again, although we are meant to be representative of the public, we are still appointed by our governor, and it is an incredible honor to be appointed by Governor Polis. But we were not elected by the public of Colorado, and like our governor was. And so I think it's really important that we do what we can to make sure that we can be as transparent, but also mindful and not careless about confidential information. Happy to move on to the conflict of interest statement, however, and happy to put the topic back on the consent agenda unless anybody else has any specific issues around the items that are on the other items that are on there.
No, it is, it's just semantics. Commissioner Adams,
what's the semantics? I'm sorry.
On the agenda. You asked.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Yes.
I'm not saying you opposed the item. You opposed it remaining on the consent agenda. So the question,
okay.
Question I'm asking you, do you still oppose it? And I don't think you do.
Okay. Sorry. I misunderstood the question, Chairman McDaniels. Now that I do, I'm happy to have that put back on the consent agenda. Thank you.
So let's talk about 21.12 Code of Conduct. And could you give us your thoughts about that so we could discuss, please?
Wonderful. It's very interesting. One, I'm grateful that this agenda item has come up. When I came onto the commission, I asked, maybe Jake Matter, I don't know if you recall in our orientation, I asked about this policy, and I took and it's very exciting to see this policy come up again and again, because it is so important, because we have had issues of perceived issues of conflict, wanted to make sure that this conversation didn't get lost by having the agenda item on a consent agenda, but really having time to discuss it. And I do have specific questions around the actual document that will impact the vote on it. The first one is around the implementation phase and the self-recusal. Specifically between the may and the must. So there's commissioners may recuse themselves if they believe that their, excuse me, sorry, there's an X mark in my box right there. Believe they have an actual conflict of interest, but they may recuse themselves if there's an appearance of impropriety. And in my opinion, I guess my question is to me, I'm having some challenges around the appearance, and if anything, I would hope that my fellow commissioners would raise, would self-recuse or let us know, if there's, any appearance of impropriety, and if there's an appearance that, could imply that there is actually a conflict. So I'm having some concern. Would you like me to talk about each of the issues that I would love to hear more about, or did you want to just take it one by one?
I'm not sure which would be simpler, I guess. Whatever. This first one that you just mentioned, I'm not quite clear though.
I'm on section 5A. Self-recusal.
Suggestion change, wording from may to should.
So the change would be must recuse themselves if there's an actual conflict of interest or an appearance of impropriety.
Okay. So let's take that.
And that I'm just taking it as a point of conversation. Again, we've had this issue of mistrust. And I really want to make sure that our conflict of interest statement is one that we can really stand behind, that is enforceable, that can help to rebuild some of the trust issues and help to strengthen the rich relationships that have developed over the many decades. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's take those one at a time. Jake, I think, wants to make comment.
Sure, Commissioner Adams, sorry, I'm in the corner. I'm not looking at you on the screen, but let me provide a little context first, and how this policy kind of developed. Pre-merger, there's a conflicts policy by the Division of Wildlife, which mirrors the legal standards in this current draft. But because it was only with part of the now merged agency, there's an effort from the policy and planning group to clean up many of those policies in order to sort of refresh to reflect a joined commission. So the content of the policy is nearly identical to this policy from 2009, which this will be replacing. And with respect to your question about may versus must, the must language parrots the ethics code, the Colorado ethics code. And there are differing standards between state employees, for example, versus volunteer and commissioners, like 11 of the voting commissioners here. And there is a more permissive standard for members of boards and commissions, in my opinion, because the statute has various requirements and qualifications for each of these commissioners, knowing that the commissioners have deep roots in various stakeholder groups, whether it's agriculture or park use or outfitting, etc. So affiliating with an outfitting group, for example, an industry trade organization, could, depending on a person's subjective opinion to a certain extent, give rise to an appearance of impropriety. So in that situation, it is permissible for the commissioner to remain on the commission and vote, notwithstanding their affiliation with an industry group, for example. And where the code of ethics really draws the line is a monetary effect on the commissioner. There needs to be a direct or substantial impact to your personal finances or your job. So that is a lower threshold. That's an easier bar to clear for a commissioner, for a volunteer commissioner versus a state employee. So that's the distinction. The commission is free as a matter of policy to sort of raise the bar. And if the commission is inclined to do that, I think that's a worthwhile discussion, but it would be uncommon within the state. The volunteer boards and commissions really adhere to the statutory code of ethics, and this I regard this 2-page document as a summary, as a 2-page summary of a statute that is like 20 pages long. And I use it as a reference, and I think that it should be easily read by each of the commissioners and understood in plain English. And so much of this is subjective. There will always be a difference of opinion as to what constitutes an appearance of impropriety. And in the past, I've fielded questions from individual commissioners to talk about the specific facts of a case and whether it is merely an appearance of impropriety or is a true conflict of interest requiring recusal. So in practice, that's how this has been implemented historically. And I think given the fact-specific nature of so many conflicts, that this kind of how it has to be in the future too. But if the commission is inclined to raise the bar, it certainly can.
Okay, thank you. That was incredibly helpful. So it does sound like this does align, and there is a line between the must and the may, but that we do have the capacity to revise the language, although it is not standard. When is it standard? You said it's not, it doesn't happen very often, but it does happen. Curious to if you had any insights as to why in those cases, whether there's something special that elevated that need, or.
So the Air Quality Control Commission has codified a regulation, I believe, which addresses the appearance of impropriety. And whether the text is in a policy like this or codified in a regulation, I don't think makes a great deal of difference. But I would note that there will be disagreement as to whether something constitutes an actual conflict. And the sort of safeguard, in my opinion, is disclosure and talking about it. And as stated in this policy, if Commissioner number 1 says, boy, I've got an uneasy feeling, I want to tell everybody my concerns. My son works for this company or has a lease on this particular property. I'm not sure it's an actual conflict, but I wanted to let you know about it and hear your thoughts on it. Once that occurs, if the commissioners believe that it's a conflict warranting recusal, the commissioners who feel that way can, what I call, vote you off the island. They can make a motion to disqualify that commissioner. And if it's followed through, you're sort of forcibly removed from that vote. So I think disclosure is sort of the safety valve, and that vote would be binding, and the commissioner with that concern would not participate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jake. Here's where I think we are. We have a hard stop in about 5 minutes. It doesn't sound like to me that we'll probably, depending on what you might have, Commissioner Adams, get done in 5 minutes. So what I would suggest we do is, this is not an urgent item for us to address, at least today. See what tomorrow shakes out like. But let's pull it, which I'm going to officially do now from the agenda for today. With regards to 21.12, let's take the consent agenda as it is, unless there's anyone who would like to further remove an item and vote back through. And then we'll handle 21.12 at a later time. So is there any further discussion or comment on item 21? All right, it is item 21, the consent agenda. Absent item 21.12. If not, I'll take a motion to adopt the consent agenda. Moved by Commissioner Hauser, second by Haskett. All in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. I'll adjourn the meeting for today, and we'll start again tomorrow morning, I believe at 8:30. Thank you very much, and see you all tomorrow.
Thank you all for 101.